5th, 2025, I call this regular meeting of the Kingsland Independent School District to order. We will have roll call. Joe Mireles, Brian Kufal, here. Martin Chapa, here. David Garcia, here. Jacob Perez, here. Delma Salinas, here. And Joseph Reese. Let the record show that there is a quorum of board members present and that this meeting has been posted in accordance with the Government Code, Chapter 551 of the State of Texas Open Meetings Act. We move to a moment of silence, followed by a pledge of allegiance and the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. On the Texas flag, I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
This meeting will be live streamed. We move on to item number 4, adoption of the agenda. Do I have a motion to adopt the agenda?
Yes, I would like to, on the consent agenda, if we could move G, H, and I for discussion and vote on each one.
The Gillette Middle School CTE programs.
No, on the consent agenda. It's second reading, board policy, CDC, local, other revenues, gifts, solicitations. Discussion and possible action on the purchase of 50,000, and also the discussion and possible action regarding the 2025-2026 calendar.
And you want to move those up to?
So where we can vote on each one individually. I don't know where you put them on the agenda.
So, Mr. President, Board of Trustees, so if a board member requests to pull an item out of consent, it ordinarily goes into action, open session action items. If there's no objection from any board members, it does not require a motion to modify the agenda. If there is an objection, the board can take a vote on it.
I think the only thing under consent is A1. 7A1 is the only thing under consent.
It's number 1. Yeah, so everything else is board discussion.
You should be able to discuss it.
All right, thank you.
So So there being no change, is there a motion to accept the agenda?
So moved.
Motion made by Brian Kufal, is there a second?
Second.
Second made by Jacob Bettis, all those in favor say aye. Any abstain? Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Moving on to item number 5, public participation. Do we have anyone that wishes to address the board?
So yes, indeed, we have Orlando Moya.
Okay. Mr. Moya.
Good afternoon, board. So I just wanted to update everybody, on the status regarding the playground, for Harold Elementary. So in the past, week, 2 weeks, we have made many positive steps in like making this a reality. I've already spoken with the manufacturers of the playground, and they've provided us, options with a range of different handicap accessibility features, so on and so forth. And we are currently working with a few foundations to secure funding for the playground. Your cooperation on this would be extremely helpful to assist in expediting this process. And I will be following up with you guys on any further needs in order to proceed with our goal here. I understand that there's an administrative protocol that needs to happen in order to proceed, and in order for this to become a reality. And I'm here to request your assistance in making this happen. I know that it's a long shot, but ultimately our goal here is to have something done over the summer, be ready for next school year. And that's all I have.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Moya. Thank you very much. Anyone else?
No, sir.
Okay. So moving on to item 6, communication administration, 6A, district science fair results, K through 8th grade recognitions, Ms. Flowers and Ms. Salinas.
Okay, good evening, Board President, Mr. Ruiz, Dr. Pettis, board members. We are going to be recognizing our students that placed at both the District Science Fair and the Coastal Bend Regional Science Fair. I think they're about ready. Okay, so we have our kindergarten student from Pettis Elementary School, Vince Legata, and he placed first place at our district fair, and he placed third place at the Coastal Bend Regional Science Fair. We have our third grade student from Pettis Elementary, Abigail Legata. She placed first place at our district science fair and third place at the Coastal Bend Regional Science Fair. Our fourth grade student, Edward Legata from Pettis Elementary. He placed first place in our district fair and third place in the Coastal Bend Regional Science Fair. In fifth grade from Harrow Elementary, we have Casey Lovelady. He placed first place in our district fair and first place in the Coastal Bend Regional Fair. From Pettis Elementary, we have fifth grader Kate Garcia. She placed second at our district fair and second at the Coastal Bend Regional Fair. Also from Pettis Elementary, we have Ryder Lucas. He placed third place at our district fair and third place at the Coastal Bend Regional Fair. In sixth grade, we have Adriel Elon, first place at our district science fair. Seventh grade, we have William Lovelady, and he placed first place at our district science fair, and second place at the Coastal Bend Regional Science Fair. And William is also advancing to the Texas State Science and Engineering Fair, which is this weekend in College Station. So good luck. And in eighth grade, we have Malachi Elam, and he placed first place at our district fair.
Let's see, the tall ones in the back.
Congratulations, kiddos.
Good, everybody? Okay. There's science sponsors, or the science fair sponsors, are they here?
No, they do all these projects at home.
Okay.
And we need to thank their parents for that too.
Thank you, parents.
3, 2, 1. Perfect.
All right.
That's great. The best part of these meetings is recognizing our students, for sure. Item 6B, Coastal Bend Science Fair results, K through 8th grade recognition. Ms. Flowers? That was combined, okay. Moving on, item 6C, District UIL Academic Meet Recognitions, Elementary and Middle School. Ms. Flowers and Ms. Salinas.
Good evening, Board President, Mr. Reese, Dr. Bettis, and board members. Tonight we'll be recognizing our UIL A+ Academic District Meet winners. I would like to thank all of our UIL sponsors, our UIL coordinators for all of their hard work, their dedication, and their commitment for helping to make this a successful UIL season. As we call the names of the winners, we'd like the sponsors as well to please come up and join students so that way they can be recognized as well. Okay, we're gonna start off with Art Smart. We have Kira Lowy, 8th grade, placed 4th place. Madeline Solis, 8th grade, placed 5th place. Our 8th grade Art Smart team also placed 2nd place overall for Art Smart, and we have Mrs. Rodriguez for UIL Art Smart sponsorship.
Good runners. Do they have sponsors? Yeah. Oh, just, okay. I didn't know if there was more. Okay.
3, 2, 1. Perfect.
Yeah. Congratulations. Up next is chess puzzle in 3rd grade, Madison Domini, 7th place. In 4th grade, Adeline, I apologize if I mispronounce it, Zubiri, 10th place. And in 5th grade, James Lovelady with 3rd place.
Three, two, one.
Up next, we have dictionary skills. In 5th grade, we have the 2nd place Alexis Walker from Harvey Elementary. In fifth grade, third place, Arnold Bettis from Bettis Elementary. Fifth grade, fourth place, Catherine Garcia from Bettis Elementary. Fifth grade, eighth place, Cecilia Solis, Harvey Elementary. In seventh grade, fifth place, Maya Zuniga from Gillette Middle School. We also had some team awards. So we had a second place team results from Bettis Elementary and a third place team from Harvey Elementary. Next, Aiden, what they won.
3, 2, 1. Perfect.
Can I get one? Mommy wants one. Maybe 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Congratulations. Next, we have editorial writing. In sixth grade, we have fourth place, Zaria Baron from Gillette Middle School.
Three, two, one. Perfect.
Next, we have listening skills. In fifth grade, second place, James Lovelady from Harrell Elementary. Fifth grade, in fifth place, Thalia Telez from Harrell Elementary. And in seventh grade, fifth place, Troy Vasquez from Gillette Middle School. Our fifth grade team also took second place team with James Lovelady, Thalia, and Emily Lara.
Three, two, one. Perfect.
Congratulations. Up next, we have math. In seventh grade, we have Isaac Zantian from Gillette Middle School. We have number sense, fourth grade. In fifth place, Maya Cortez from Harrell Elementary. Next, we have ready writing, fourth grade. In first place, Adriana Gonzalez from Bettis Elementary. Fourth grade, seventh place, Eveline Reyes from Harvey Elementary. Fourth grade, eighth place, Emma Martinez from Harrell Elementary. And sixth grade, first place, Mitsari Ibanez from Gillette Middle School.
Three, two, one. Perfect.
Next, we have science, seventh grade, fifth Isaac Denzangian from Gillette Middle School. Spelling, third grade, fifth place, Melanie Infante from Bettis Elementary. Fourth grade, third place, Adriana Gonzalez from Bettis Elementary. And fourth grade, in sixth place, Elisa Mendez from Bettis Elementary.
Three, two, one. Perfect.
Congratulations. And last but certainly not least, we have storytelling, second grade, in third place, Harlan Bella from Bettis Elementary.
Three, two, one. Perfect.
Congratulations. Thank you.
Now we move on to item 6D, Fine Arts, Band and Choir Recognitions. Mr. Mendez.
Good evening, members of the board, members of the community, good evening. All right, we have quite a few. We're very blessed to have very talented students, very hardworking students, directors and teachers that work very diligently to make sure that these students receive not only within their own talents, but the accolades that they deserve, the extra boost. First and foremost, also I want to thank Ms. Dana Moore and Ms. Dr. Izaguirre as principals of the high school in Gillette that really helped us facilitate a lot of these efforts with these kids, scheduling and all the things that we do. We really appreciate you. So first and foremost, I want to thank the administrators of the campus for sure. Now, we do have quite a few kids that aren't here today. They have so many other things going on and that kind of stuff, but we will recognize all as they go along. There is one that I got very late, and we'll invite them probably to another one, but I thought it was a very much worthy came to an email that I just checked before I got here. We did have, and I want to thank Mr. Josh Perkins and Jennifer Boyer, are our teachers at the high school, who submitted some applications and artwork with a couple of students. And very happy to report that, again, it's not on the agenda, but I think it's worthy to mention very quickly. We had two students in Art 1 and 2, Lilia Denoma, with her titled picture, Lights of the Wish, and Araceli Abundes, with her titled picture and portrait of Happy Birthday. They both placed in the 2025 Visionaries Youth Art Competition, and we want to give them accolades. I just got this earlier, so I wanted to mention board meeting. So as we go through these, I want to introduce the middle school all-region jazz students. We have, and those that may be here, that they can come on up, we'll just go by names. If we want to wait till the end to give kudos and claps, it'll probably help the process go. Again, we have many students, but again, it's a wonderful blessing. The middle school students that auditioned for all-region jazz, we have Jaime San Miguel, Malachi Ilong, Zyron Gomez, Daniel Saavedra, Fausto Castillo Vasquez, Elena Garza, Mason Curry, Camille Obregon, William Lovelady, Maya Zuniga, and Jediah Banda. These are the middle school all-region jazz members that represent. Which one of the directors we have here? Is it Mr. Waiver, Mr. Garza? Okay, Mr. Garza, here we go. He's our head director over at the middle school, Mr. Victor Garza.
Three, two, one.
We have the individuals on the middle school all regions that auditioned this year. We have one of the biggest numbers we've had. Thankfully, our numbers have been growing, and so are our accolades as we go forward. So middle school all region students, we have Malachi Elam, Alyssa Amador, Chloe Obregon, Alana Lopez, Araya Goodwin, Jesse Martinez, Jaime San Miguel, Joshua Villarreal, Jaden Canos, Zyron Gomez, Daniel Saavedra, Fausto Castillo, Jonathan Solis, Joe Mercado, Elena Garza, Kiera Munoz, Michael Arrizio, Adan de la Rosa, Juan Cruz Vega, Alberto Yebra, Camille Obregon, and Jediah Banda, members of the all-region middle school. And one of our facilitating directors, Mr. Mark Saldivar.
3, 2, 1.
We had one of our students, a choir student that again excelled. Her name is Michaela Carrasco. She was a choir student that received her first division at the UIL Solo and Ensemble Contest and was certified in advance by the judges to advance the UIL State Solo and Ensemble Contest in May at a place to be announced in the Austin area. So Michaela Carrasco, we want to give her a big applause. We had a multitude of middle school solos that also went to UIL. They don't have an advancement track, but these are the beginnings of what will eventually be other names that we will hopefully be calling in the future with advancements. We had a total of 1 excellent rating and 27 superior, which transfers to 1 silver medal and 27 gold medals. And those individuals that received were Zoe Mercado, Alyssa Amador, Michael Arrizio, Christina Burris, Jaden Canals, Fausto Castillo Vasquez, Juan Cruz Vega, Mason Curry, Adan de la Rosa, Damon Elizondo, Malachi Elong, Nemaya Garcia, Elena Garza, Kendall Garza, Zyron Gomez, Zaylin Gonzalez, Araya Goodwin, Azariah Housey, Yesenia Ibanez, Giovanni Leon, Alana Lopez, Jesse Martinez, Kiera Munoz, Chloe Obregon, Ariana Rodriguez, Daniel Saavedra, Jaime San Miguel, and Alessandra Trevino. Excellent 27 superior ratings. And then Mr. Marcus Cuellar, who facilitated the bulk of these events.
3, 2, 1.
We had middle school solo ensemble, percussion ensemble that received a superior rating. We had Jediah Bernal, Camille Obregon, Alberto Yebra, Jeffrey Cooper, Jordan Buck, Sofia Gallardo, Robbie Perez, Isaiah De Luna, Elias Beltran, and William Lovelady. Middle School Ensemble Percussion, Superior First Division rating. Mr. Albert Alvarez facilitating percussion.
3, 2, 1.
We had middle school solo and ensemble jazz band that participated, also receiving first division superior ratings at UIL. They were outstanding middle school jazz band of the day at the Houston Jazz Festival. We had an outstanding soloist, individual trumpet player Zyron Gomez for outstanding soloist of the Jazz Festival. And the members of the jazz band are Alyssa Amador, Judea Banda, Joaquin Basalu, Jaden Canals, Fausto Castillo, Mason Curry, Cristina Dos Amantes, Damon Alizondo, Malachi Elong, Elena Garza, Kendall Garza, Zyron Gomez, Ariana Goodwin, William Lovelady, Jesse Martinez, Kiera Munoz, Camille Obregon, Daniel Saavedra, Jaime San Miguel, Megan Vasquez, and Maya Zuniga.
Three, two, one.
Continuing on. We have our high school all-region mariachi members. We have Juan Cantu, Medina, Aaron Amarro, and Arami Cruz, the representatives at the all-region level mariachi. Do you have any here? We have all-region jazz members that made and advanced: Micah Trevino, Juan Cantu, Riley Munoz, Adam Rizavi, Isabella Mendez, Randall Medina, Ryan Gomez, Adriana Ganawica, Michael Rosales, Melody Silva, Joseph Pavon, Leon Diaz, and Avis Wazo, all region jazz members. Facilitated by Mr. Richard Garza.
Three, two, one.
Area round. We had Leon Diaz, Adam Rizavi, Juan Cantu, Ryan Gomez, Isabella Mendez, Safira Hallett, and Michael Rosales advanced to the all area level.
Three, two, one.
We did have one young man that actually made the All-State Jazz Band. Is he here? No, he didn't make it. Okay, I mean, he was gonna go practice. He had a performance coming up. So tells you the accolades that they want to receive, and then again the work ethic that they have. He did make All-State Jazz on guitar. Mr. Ryan Gomez, one of the hardest efforts to make one guitar player out of the entire classification of 4-3 and Division 1A make it to the All-State Jazz Band. So there's nothing to sniff at. That is a major, major accomplishment. Congratulations to Ryan. We had all region members that made, and we'll go again the same we're going through again, blessings with all the students that we have. we had all region members, Arami Cruz, Juan Cantu, Michael Rosales, Abigail Mercado, Gabriel Garcia, Isabella Mendez, Randall Medina, Vicente Ovalle, Joseph Vilches, Delilah Trevino, Dakari Mazone, Zoe Cavazos, Adam Rizavi, Joseph Babon, Xiomara Mazone, and Mia Torres, all region advanced members.
Three, two, one. Perfect.
We had all area advancement. We had Isabella Mendez, Randall Medina, Dakari Mazone, Gabriel Garcia, Xiomara Mazone, Adam Rizavi, and Juan Cantu, members of the all area.
Three, two, one.
For the high school UILs, solo and ensemble medals for superior ratings, we had first divisions in solos, Arami Cruz, Elizabeth Lovelady, Sofia Rivera, Gabriel Garcia, Jera Banda, Mia Torres, Adam Rizavi, Nick Ruiz, Omar Perez, and Delilah Trevino. First divisions on Class 1 solos at UIL.
Three, two, one.
Our Jazz Band 2, competing also at UIL, receiving first division superior ratings, are members Aaron Abundes, Marcos Garcia, Randall Medina, Sergio San Miguel, Delilah Trevino, Sofia Cariaga, Omar Garcia, Bailey Peña, Olivia Segovia, Whitney Valdez, Roman Ferrer, Leslie Lerma, Jose Razo, Melody Silva, Chloe Zavala, Audrey Fortmeyer, Dakari Mazone, Sofia Rivera, Ava Suazo, members of Jazz Band 2, first divisions and superior ratings.
Three, two, one.
Members of our Jazz Band 1, receiving first division superior ratings at UIL Solo and Ensemble, are Alyssa Martinez, Safira Hallett, Zoe Cavazos, Abigail Mercado, Nick Ruiz, Isabella Mendez, Michael Rosales, Juan Cantu, Joseph Vilches, Adam Rizavi, Mark Barnett, Adriana Ganawica, Gabriel Garcia, Randall Medina, Sergio San Miguel, Ryan Gomez, and Jera Banda. Jazz Band 1 UIL First Division Superior Ratings.
Three, two, one.
We have certified solos for state solo and ensemble. These individuals have to memorize a Class 1 solo in order to advance. They cannot use music, they cannot do anything in any kind of electronic device or anything. This has to be strict up from memory. They can do it sitting down, but with no stand in front of them. They may do it standing up, but with no stand in front of them, giving poignant proof that they had to memorize these solos. Some of these solos can range anywhere from between 3 to 5 to 7 pages. So it's a testament to them receiving this accolade. They do have to get certified to advance. So the soloists that have advanced to the State Solo and Ensemble Contest in the Austin area is Jera Bernal, Elizabeth Lovelady, Sofia Rivera, Gabriel Garcia, Omar Perez, Adam Rizvi, and Delilah Trevino, certified State Solo and Ensemble.
Three, two, one.
Adam, if you just stay up there very quickly. I want to give, we've mentioned this in the past, but I do want to mention Adam for an accolade that is pretty much the equivalent of also making all state in one of the venues. Adam Rizvi has been the recipient of the 2-time so far outstanding soloist of the ensemble competition. And he is, if all goes well, working on his 3rd. And I want to read a letter very quickly that was sent from Dr. Bradley Kent, the State Director of UIL Music. And it says, on behalf of the University Interscholastic League, please allow congratulations for being selected as an outstanding performer at the 2023 and the 2024 Texas State Solo and Ensemble Contest. Of the approximately 100,000 students participating in the regional UIL music contestants and the thousands of musicians performed at the Texas State Solo and Ensemble Contest, only 2 to 3% of the solo performances earned the distinguished honor of being recognized as an outstanding performer. This achievement truly is a mark of musical excellence. In recognition of the honor, he is accepted and has in his hands 2 gold medals. The medallions are identical to those that are awarded to state champions in any and all UIL events. Wow. He wears them with pride. It's a testament to Adam, his parents, school, and teachers. All should be commended for his success along with his work ethic to make and grow his own talent and dedication, along with the compliments of his teachers. Congratulations, that's a big deal. Certified for the State Solo and Ensemble. We have a brass quintet that is also advanced to the State Solo and Ensemble contest in the Austin area. We have Juan Cantu, Michael Rosales, Zoe Cavazos, Gabriel Garcia, and Randall Medina in a brass quintet.
Three, two, one.
Brass quintet, Joseph Pabon, Leslie Lerma, Omar Perez, Abigail Mercado, and Jose Razo. Same thing, advancing to the state. So on top of that.
Three, two, one. Oh, thank you.
We had a clarinet choir that advanced also the state solo ensemble contest. They were members Isabella Mendez, Joshua Lazaro, Dakari Mazone, Xiomara Mazon, and Olivia Segovia.
Three, two, one.
Good job.
We have individuals, we compete in the circuit, with our winter guard, our winter drum line. It is called TECA. It is the Texas Educational Color Guard Association. For the first time in school history, we have advanced a junior varsity group. The numbers were growing and increased, and we were able to facilitate an actual junior varsity within winter guard. And they, this weekend, will be competing in San Antonio for the finals of the Color Guard Association state contest. The junior varsity members are Anissa Cabrera, Barbara Castillo, Chloe Obregon, Emery Prado, Kayla Ramirez, Morgan Perkins, Noah Ovaya, Rihanna Muniz, and Riley Mitchell. They're competing this weekend. Being junior varsity, they are in the novice category. In the Scholastic AA, which is the bigger groups, more experienced, have advanced this weekend also, will be in San Antonio competing. The varsity winter guard are Rihanna Muniz, Hannah Ortegon, Zoe Cavazos, Carly Eras, Evelyn Lovelady, Randall Medina, Angeles Cerda, Isabella Mendez, Iliana Rodriguez, Robert Utley, Chloe Zavala, Serenity Arredondo, Sarai Rojas.
Three, two, one.
And then our next to last accolades are our varsity winter percussion ensemble. They have advanced to the finals, but their finals will not be to be decided either this coming weekend or the one after. But members of the winter percussion ensemble that have advanced to the Texas Educational Color Guard Association state finals, members are Aaron Abundez, Jera Bernal, Jadea Bernal, Gabriela Kaysen, Malachi Elong, Audrey Fortmeyer, Elizabeth Lovelady, Thomas Martinez, Camille Obregon, Sofia Rivera, Nicholas Ruiz, Esteban Salinas, Melody Silva, and Ava Suarzo. Advancement to the finals.
Three, two, one.
And last but not least, one thing is just a little bit informative. They don't have to come up for this, but I did get asked quite a few statistics. They were asking me that out of these children, a lot of these kids, children, young men and women, they, many of them are seniors that have been in our groups for the past 4 years. And I want to say that once I went through and did everything, that with these seniors that have been here for the 4 years, that they in the UIL, this is for the varsity and the honors band. I'm not talking about our second bands and third bands. I'm talking at least the varsities, the top tier groups. We are presently at 39 consecutive first divisions in UIL concert and sight reading since 1984, and we'll be going on here next week, hopefully, for our 40th. Our marching band, and of course, we won't count COVID because nothing happened during COVID. So the marching band, which many of these individuals are also members of, we competed this last year and are at 52 in a row first division ratings. Going on this fall, hopefully, that'll be 53 since 1970. And that's not, ladies and gentlemen, thank you, Dr. Hood, recognition. That was, that's really good. Thank you.
Thank you to Mr. Mendez for his leadership over all the program. Thank you so much, Mr. Mendez. If any students did not get recognized today, maybe because they didn't have a ride, we can always schedule it again. We still have May, okay? So just want to let you know, Mr. Mendez, that way you can tell any of the students, all right?
Thank you.
All right.
So now moving on to item 6E, elementary and secondary campus teachers of the year and district elementary and secondary teachers of the year, Dr. Holt.
A little bit louder for the fans.
Tonight, we are recognizing the KISD Campus Teachers of the Year. The Teacher of the Year candidates are nominated based on the following: exceptional dedication, knowledge, and skills as teachers, inspiration to students of all backgrounds and abilities to learn, respect and admiration of students, parents, and colleagues, poised, articulate, energetic, engaging professionals in the classroom. Principals, as I call your campus, please come forward to introduce the campus teachers of the year. And teachers, please remain for pictures at the board. Harold Elementary.
Hi, good evening, board. I'm Mrs. Lovelady at Harrell Elementary. So this evening, our teacher of the year is a teacher who is passionate about our students. She has made great strides with our students this year for our Reading Academy, and we are proud to present Yesenia Rubalcaba as our teacher of the year.
Three, two, one.
Margie Elementary.
Good evening, Dr. Perez, Board President, Maurice, members of the board. It is my great honor to introduce to you our Harvey Elementary Teacher of the Year, our third grade teacher, Miss Elizabeth Garza. Outstanding teaching, but also the dedication, passion, and impact she has made in the lives of our students, families, and the entire school community. Elizabeth Garza builds a strong relationship with her students, helps them develop a love for learning that extends far beyond the classroom walls. She creates a classroom where curiosity thrives and every student feels valued and empowered to succeed. We are greatly fortunate to have Ms. Garza as part of our Harvey staff. Her dedication to excellence in education is an inspiration to all of us, and it is with great pride that we recognize her today as our Harvey Elementary Teacher of the Year.
Three, two, one.
Perez Elementary.
Good evening, the board president, Mr. Ruiz, Dr. Perez, the superintendent, and board members. It is with great pleasure that I introduce this evening our teacher of the year for Jesus Arbedes Elementary, Ms. Melissa Gonzalez. Prior to joining the Perez team as a classroom teacher, she served at Perez Elementary as a PE paraprofessional and a science lab paraprofessional. She currently is our 5th grade reading teacher, and she does it with passion. She is committed to our students. She worries about them and my doing what I need to do to get them what they need. She's dedicated to them as well as to our campus, and so she is an exceptional teacher. Equally important is that she also motivates our students to be the best individuals that they can be. So it's an investment of, yes, academically, making sure that you are growing academically, but also socially and emotionally. So Ms. Gonzalez also serves in other capacities. She is a 5th grade lead teacher. She is a CKH Process Champions team member, KISD DIC member, and a UIL coach. Mrs. Gonzalez, thank you so much for all that you do. You are appreciated.
Three, two, one.
Gillette Middle School.
Good evening. It is an honor and a privilege to introduce you to Ms. Tina Leyva, our Gillette Middle School Teacher of the Year. Ms. Leyva is our 6th grade and 7th grade math teacher. However, she didn't start out that way this year. She was previously our 6th and 7th grade science teacher. But that is a testament to who she is. She is one of those, if I can quote an athletic cliche, she's a put me in coach. That's it. She is committed to our students, to their success, to building relationships, to ensuring that each and every one of them will succeed for themselves as an individual in the classroom and outside the classroom. When we announced that she was the GMS Teacher of the Year, you could hear the clapping, the applause, the woo-hoos throughout the building from the students and from her colleagues. Yes. Well deserved, Ms. Leyva. Well deserved. Yes. We always go
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. We're so proud of you. Thank you. Here. Oh, there you go.
3, 2, 1.
Thank you so much.
Ancient King High School.
Good evening. I'm honored to introduce H.M. King's Biology Teacher of the Year, Marissa Hamilton. She is a teacher. She is dedicated to her students and an amazing educator. She goes above and beyond for her students. She makes a positive impact inside and outside of the classroom. She is well deserving of this award, and she has some competition because her husband may be something next year.
Three, two, one.
Dear campus.
Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure, although she's not here tonight, Cindy Vassalon, the most awesome teacher. I just think she walks on water.
Three, two, one.
DAEP.
Of course, they say the best for last. Good evening, board members, board president, Mr. Reese, board of trustees, Dr. Pettis. This week, we're great pride and joy that we announce our teacher of the year, Alexis Villanueva, here. I'll get you a bigger set of flowers next time.
Breakfast.
You're on.
3, 2, 1. Perfect.
All right.
Tonight, we are also introducing, for the first time, the Kingsville ISD District Elementary and Secondary Teachers of the Year. Once they are selected as campus Teachers of the Year, they then go through a series of essays and interviews, and they are selected by a Teacher of the Year committee. And these teachers that are selected tonight to represent our district will also move on to reach into compete in that, and hopefully the state level competition as well for Teachers of the Year for the state. So it's a great privilege tonight to introduce the District Elementary Teacher of the Year, Cecilia Rivacova. Come back with your teacher.
Let's get the second one.
Okay. 3, 2, 1.
Next, the District Secondary Teacher of the Year, Marissa Hamilton.
3, 2, 1. Perfect. Three, two, one.
We want to finally again recognize all of the outstanding teachers of the year from all the campuses and our district representatives. Thank you very much for all you do for our district.
Thank you very much to our HR department who oversees the Teacher of the Year program. Thank you so much for all you do.
Thank you. So now moving on to item 6F, Superintendent's update, 88 update, Mr. Gonzalez.
Mr. President, Dr. Bettis, trustees, we'll be going over the ADA presentation. As you can see on slide 1, it's our enrollment to date. It was March 10th when turned in the presentation. HMK is at 881, Gillette 466, Harvey 459, Harold 312, Bettis 373 for a total of 2,491. We haven't veered very much from our first day, so there's a 40 student difference from our first day. As you can see on the second slide, we've been asked before, like, where are they going, where are they coming from? We have sat down with the teams of Maria Cantu, and we were calculating where they come from. We received 5 students from Bishop, 2 from SGA, 1 from Ricardo, 8 from Jubilee, and 3 from homeschools that returned to the district, and 49 that they went to another district. They either went to San Antonio, Austin, Dallas. They just left the area. Okay. The withdrawals we've had, we've basically got more kids than we lost at the area schools, which I think that was a plus. Not very many, but we have. We've lost 1 student to Rivera, 2 to Bishop, 1 to Ricardo, and 6 to homeschools, and 32 from other districts.
This is second semester data, right?
Yeah, this is just second semester. Just second semester. In total, we've had quite a few coming up. You know, we've received and we've lost a couple, so, and we have 38 unknowns that we're still trying to verify. They haven't reported where they're at. We haven't gotten a T-Rex from the schools. For instance, we lost 3 kids, I think 6 kids today from Harvey, and 3 of them supposed to are going to Corpus, and we have to wait to see if they get them. Okay, and that was like 1 family. Yes.
So what was the enrollment once again for the ending of the first semester?
Well, I didn't, it was, when we started, it was 2531. When we started the year.
So then we're down about 40, like you said.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
From last year, do you happen to know off the top of your head? Go back 1 year.
I didn't bring that piece.
You can get that though.
Yes, sir, I had it on the computer, sorry. I can
It is
get that for you
following-
next time. Mr.
I think it's
Campbell.
following the trend of the state, where it's talking about the demographics of enrollment are lower across the state. But that's why I wanted them to track, where do they go and where do they come from, to give us, more of an idea of what's occurring.
And like Dr. Petty was saying, I have contacted, I have spoken to area schools. Everybody's lost over 100 kids in their enrollment. Calhoun, Coloso, they've lost their students as well.
Sir, real quick, where it says entry, second semester, you said you had 49 students came from other districts, is that what you had said?
Yes. Well, basically from everywhere else but here, basically.
Others that are not listed on there.
Yes.
Okay. And I'm just gonna ask a question to the board, Mr. President. Do those have to come to us for approval or not?
It's like families that moved into the district that live here. They only have to come to us for approval if they live outside the school district and choose to come to school here.
So like those 49 from other districts,
Like they're maybe military, their families moved into town.
do we still have to approve that or not?
No, if they live within the district, they're automatically eligible for enrollment in.
So the ones coming in from district and those, or the ones coming back, that reside in KIs or Kingston.
That's what we're thinking, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
These aren't transfers. You have transfer numbers for you. That might be what you're asking?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, these would be the ones that moved into our area,
Yes,
correct?
yes,
Okay.
yes. And it can be a family that came from San Antonio, brought 2-3 kids, and they're fighting here. But like I said, today we lost, I was told by the attendance clerk at Harvey that six kids left. 3 of them was one family, and they're supposed to be moving to Corpus Christi. We'll talk to them and encourage them to enroll as fast as they can, so they can be in school. And we'll verify that by the end of hopefully the next couple of weeks. The next item will be attendance. We have had a rough start to the second semester. The teacher pays at 86.2, Gillette 90.89, which is almost 91. Harold's at 93.04. Harvey is 92.25, and Bettis is 91.49. Again, talking to the nurse at Bettis, we just got over the whole illness flu thing. She did make that comment just right before we went to spring break. Hopefully spring break allowed everybody just to get over stuff and we can have a good next couple of months. Again, we do have incentives going on. We do have a couple of TVs being for good attendance, and hopefully that'll help us out with the attendance. But that first part of the semester, according to the nurses, well, one nurse, it was a lot of illnesses, COVID, and then the high school. I'm just talking to Ms. Namaha, was excuses, and they're bringing excuses. There's so many we have to input on it, so that was a lot for her. So that's hopefully we get past that.
What was the other numbers for the first semester of HMK?
We were, I apologize for that, Try not right now. Okay, I can get those, I'll have first semester and second semester next time. And I'll have everything, but for the whole year, right now for the whole year for the elementaries, we're at 93.67 for the whole year. 93.67. Okay, so elementaries are handicapped. Again, if we can get through the illnesses, which I think we already have, I think we'll finish up on a good note. I think we'll finish up 94%, 95 for the elementary. But again, phone calls being made, visits are being made. We have we have an impact meeting. We had 3 today at Bettis, HMK, and Harvey. And we contacted parents at the meeting and let them know that they need to improve. And you know what, they are improving, but if they missed yesterday, we went ahead and called as well. So we are contacting parents, and we're hoping that they can get rolling. We have seen a lot of improvement, you know. Again, we have to really focus on the high school, which we have, and we can go to the next one.
Mr. Gonzalez,
Yes.
how do you track those students that you're having those impact meetings? Like, how often do you, okay, have your meeting, then how do you go back and monitor?
I
Or
just
how
have,
often?
well, actually, whenever I find time during the week and see how they're all doing, and communicate with Navajo, with Mr. Salinas, and we communicate that way. But after that, from there, we go usually to truancy court if they haven't improved as much. I can't really, I've tried to do 2-3 meetings with one student, and that takes a lot of time. I cannot, we have to kind of move on, a little bit. Sometimes they go, I'm gonna have to go to truancy court with them now,
So by the time you go to truancy court, you have a lot of evidence. Like, you have to take.
I have never been rejected by the prosecutor, so we do have a lot of evidence. By the time we get to the prosecutor, they just kind of like, okay, good. You have everything you need. Just.
Okay, do we have any that you have impact meetings on, and then you don't have to review them anymore because they're doing really well? Or how many of these 91 students at HMK will be going to court or have gone to court or?
Yes, ma'am. Good question. I can have that for you next time. We just have so many things going
I
on.
know, I just feel that that's important information for us.
Yes, ma'am, and I will have that for you next time.
Keep your progress log, bring it with you. I think that'd be a great idea.
Yes, ma'am.
Bring your file that you normally work with. Also, you can bring, like, last year, how are we doing last year? First semester, second semester, how are we doing this last semester, then this semester? I think that'll be helpful next month, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Gonzalez, how did you do it at your previous place of employment? Did you have a log, like Dr. Perez? How would you document that? How would you present that to their board? That's exactly what we need to know.
We would do that, and I've just been so busy. I have had 5 schools to deal with, and truancy court, truancy filings, meeting with making home visits. So it's just been kind of tough to get a hold of some things sometimes, but the numbers are there, and I can get it.
Yeah, an example, bring your file of when you meet with Dr. Sandoval.
Yes.
Of how you've been monitoring and how you've been sharing with that, because
Yes,
that
ma'am.
would be very helpful.
Yes, ma'am.
I have a quick question about communities and schools. I know that their focus is on attendance, correct?
Correct.
Have you been utilizing them? And if so, can you give some examples?
Well, again, they'll call me up, and we need to go make some visits. I'll go with them. They'll go on their own. They'll contact Marty Galindo, and they'll go on their own. I try and go with them as much as I can, but they do make home visits. They make calls in the morning and throughout the day. They're there to help, and they have been helping this year.
And are they part of the impact teams as well?
Yes, sir, they are.
They do keep record of all their home visits, so that would be good. Maybe for next month, when you do present, it would have our CIS staff, because they're instrumental. Also, Margie Galindo, she's fantastic as well in helping with these home visits, so I think that'll be.
Yes, ma'am. No, Margie's great. Everybody helps out, and but Margie does a fantastic job. She is pulled in different directions, and she manages.
We just really want, like, is it really working? What we're doing, is it working? If not, do we need to tweak it, or,
Yes.
Are we making a difference?
What we did today, which I liked, was we made phone calls from the impact meeting. We called parents from the impact meeting, and we literally said, hey, we're having a meeting right now, and we had information from the attendance clerk and information from CIS, from Margie, and from myself. And we said, these people are here, and so everybody had a question. So that was maybe a tweak we did, Ms. Salinas. So we will keep on tweaking, and we'll keep on talking to the staff to see what we need to do better.
On this for Dr. Pitts, on what did we turn into the state as far as our projection for ADA? I mean, are we on track to be okay, or, because looking at these numbers, it's scary.
We are not on track. We turned in 2,225 first semester. We were looking good, but second semester it has had a decline, and if we keep going at this level, we're going to have less revenue than we projected.
So, do we know more or less what 1% of a drop would cost our district? 1.5 or 2%. It's a lot of money.
I'll have to get that for you.
Okay, I appreciate it. And I didn't, I'm asking now, you probably didn't have it on hand, but I appreciate your honesty.
Yes, sir.
The first semester, we were on track. The second semester, we're not so far.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Again, we're gonna keep on doing what we're doing, gonna keep on, visiting houses, but making calls, going to truancy court, and hopefully we can get back on track. We had a good day, there was some schools that over 94, 95, and I'm thinking that we're past some illnesses, and hopefully we can move on.
Last question, do we have an average for the area, the region? What the average census?
I don't have the average with me, sir. I can make some calls and see where everybody's at.
See where we compare, I think 86 is pretty.
For high school,
High
especially.
school, yes.
Yeah, the elementaries are doing so well, but we really need to target high school. Yeah, and I know you want.
Yeah.
We need to do it harder, and we'll talk about some other things that we're doing.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. So this also has an update for us.
Yes, I was gonna give just an update on the work that Ms. Lovelady and her PTO have been doing, some behind the scenes planning for the Harrell Elementary playground that I don't think, has been really made aware of just yet because of all the homework they've been doing to gather information from the different vendors. There's a whole process we have to do in order to make sure we're doing that correctly. I really appreciate though any of the community coming and that would like to support it, please go through Ms. Lovelady, so that way we don't do double work or we make sure that we follow all of the processes that we need to, so that way the funding and all that can go through with no problem. We want this to happen as swiftly as possible. And I want to thank Ms. Lovelady and her PTO president for everything they've been doing.
Thank you, Dr. Perez. Moving on to item 6G, Gillette Middle School CTE Programs of Study for 25-26, Dr. Sandoval.
Mr. Reese, Board President Reese and Board President, Dr. Perez, Board Trustees. I'm going to present today the CT program of study that are being proposed for Gillette Middle School for 2025-2026. We've had conversations over the last couple of years about how we can expand the program at Gillette Middle School for the CT program and to give kids opportunities to see what's available to them in their career, future careers. So we have visited several campuses in the last year and a half to get some ideas of what other districts are doing to try to bring these to the middle school campuses. And we felt that some of the ideas that we got at some of these campuses we visited were really be beneficial for our kids. So we are looking at implementing the 7th grade Braille blueprint for the 25-26 school year at Gillette. It will be requiring all 7th grade students to participate in this program. It will provide early exposure to HMT high school programs of study that are being offered currently at HMT. Students will have the opportunity to earn high school credits while in middle school. It's also going to prepare students for their 8th grade CT program of study. And I'll go a little more in depth in that in further slides. We are going to offer career exploration of different pathways that are offered at HMT. In addition to that, some other programs that are not offered at HMT, but are potential career path students may choose. These programs are set up, they're flexible, 10 to 12 day schedule to cover each program of study. We're looking to cover about 14 programs of study there at Gillette that they'll be able to do over the course of the year. These programs of study are hands-on based, and as students get you to touch the equipment, they get you work with arms, and I'll show you pictures, that they're doing sticks like they would do in robotics class. They're working with small engine repairs, they're doing house repairs. It's pretty interesting, these kids really love the program. The curriculum can be available to students on any device at any time, and the learning occurs in a two-person team. Students are put in two teams, or teams of two, and in a class of say 14 or 13, they move around the modules every 2 to 3 weeks, and they're rotating through these modules, and they're self-paced, and within that 2 to 3 week period, the kids can finish those modules, and then when it's time that they move on to the next module, they do that as a group. The programs that we currently have right now at H&K are design and marketing, digital auto production, energy and power, environment and ecology, intro to engineering and design, intro to health science careers, structural engineering, veterinary medicine, video production, and welding basics. So these are the program studies that we're looking to actually bring because they tie directly with what we do at H&K already. We definitely want to make sure those programs are being offered in these modules. The other ones that are being considered for offerings for kids, we're going to be choosing about 4 to 5 out of these potential 10. Cosmetology and barbering, electrical, HVAC, home maintenance and home maintenance systems, intro to computer science, intro to culinary arts, materials and design, and that's kind of like fashion design, I believe. Plumbing and sports medicine. So these are the other ones we're considering. Again, we won't be able to do all 10, but we're going to be looking to do about, again, we're looking at about 14 total programs there at Gillette Middle School. So here on the slide, you can see the pictures of what these modules look like. The kids work with, real stethoscopes. They do sticks on an arm that look like a real arm, and it draws fluid when they do the sticks. Kids are working with, heart pressure, their blood pressure, they're checking heart. They're working with small engines and calibrating and using torque wrenches. It's pretty interesting in terms of what the kids can do with these programs. Can you go next slide? Again, they work in two-person teams. Some of the things that we definitely want to make sure we consider in this program is the home maintenance, because a lot of us, it saves a lot of money if you can do some of your own home repairs and fix a faucet and fix a drain and things of that sort. It's really great program for these kids to get skills that not only career building, but they're lifelong skills that they can use at home as well. And the next slide, you can see, a kid, working a torque wrench. I'm 50 years old and I didn't use a torque wrench until I was 48 years old, I think 49. So it's a great skill for a kid to get in 7th grade and know how to use it. And especially when you're doing any kind of engine repair that requires specific torquing when you're, installing a bolt. This skills for students to have if they're going to go that route. The other program study that we're looking to do, next thing, is the Career Technical 8th Grade Academy. This will be new to high school or to Gillette as well, but it is going to be working in collaboration with the high school. We are going to require all 8th grade students to participate in this program. It's going to be early exposure to the program study being offered at H&K High School. Students will get the opportunity as well to earn another credit for high school while they're in middle school. Again, it's going to prepare students for their program of study at H&K. Instead of waiting till freshman year being exposed to this program of study, they get started freshman year and start working toward that program of study, which in essence is going to allow them to take more courses while they're at H&K High School, because they'll be able to knock out some of those CT courses while they're in middle school. All 8th grade students will have the opportunity to participate in these programs. The students will be transported to and from H&K High School to take the CT principles courses of their choice. Dr. Bess and I, Dr. Bess, have discussed this in previous years, but the obstacle that we faced when we considered doing this was how do we move, 10 to 12 teachers from the high school over to the middle school to be able to teach courses. Or vice versa, we figured that this plan would work. We looked at offering it first period, which because of the staggered schedule at middle school and high school, we can actually make it work when we transport the kids to HMK and transport them back without losing any periods that they will have their children in school. Dr. President, you want to add anything?
What I did want to add was currently our middle school students have the opportunity to earn 4 credits at the middle school. This will provide them an opportunity to actually leave middle school with 2 additional credits. So they would be leaving before they get to high school with 6 additional credits. Currently, they are able to get art, algebra 1, Spanish, and the principles of aviation. So they currently have an opportunity to receive the 4 credits, or be able to receive the 6 with these 2 implemented programs. We do want to give a really great gratitude shout out to 2 surrounding districts that welcomed us to their district and their programming to see. And I think for me, one of the biggest moving highlights is I asked them, do you have any discipline problems in these classrooms? And they said, absolutely not. The kids are so engaged in the work. They're really loving what they're doing. Here at Kingsville, we also have our students take Zello, which is a career inventory evaluation at the middle school. This, coupled with the Zello, is going to give our students an opportunity to actually see what these CTE courses provide for them individually, to pique their interest. And I believe it's just going to be a wonderful program. I know Dr. Steven went with us as the CTE director, sitting in the back. That is, was able to go with us to visit the courses. Dr. Zagidi and her team led the parent meetings. She said it was a resounding community support for implementing these 2 programs currently for Gillette this next school year.
I know that you said where do you want to transport the students from Gillette to the high school for these courses?
That's correct, Mr. Bayless.
Okay.
The middle school starts at 8:10, 7:50. 7:50, and the schedules that are being created by both middle school and high school do allow us to be able to have the kids all show up at Gillette, get on the buses, drive them over to HMK, participate in the class, and drive them back. It's not going to interfere with any of the.
Also, the supervisory part as far as it's going to take 2 or 3 buses maybe. I don't know how many kids we have going up, but what are we going to do as far as supervision on those buses to HM and back to Gillette?
We are looking at providing support there at Gillette. We discussed using, want to speak to that?
So in several of our meetings, the logistics pieces have been discussed with admin district as well as with the Gillette administration. And so we would be providing one of our assistant principals who would be present not just on the bus, but at HMK, presumably in the hallways where the principals, CTE principals classes would be taking place. So that if they needed, if any of our students needed anything, they would know, they would have a familiar face to be able to go to for any concerns. We have 3 assistant principals, and they would go on rotation, possibly even myself as well would be in on that rotation.
And that will cover, I mean, I know you're covering 1 bus, but what about if you need 2 or 3 to get them over there or 4? What kind of supervision do we have on each bus to and back?
We would have our counselor probably be a part of that as well. We have, right now, I believe we have our 7th grade class, which will be our 8th graders, is our largest class. So you're right, we probably would need approximately 2 buses. So basically it would be an administrator and probably a counselor. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Dr. Sandoval, will the district receive CTE funding for these classes?
Who will, sir? We'll receive weighted fund for that. At the 1.29, I believe 1.28.
And are any of these gonna be online, or are they gonna be taught by actual CE?
They'll be taught by a teacher, but the modules and the curriculum is, content is online based, but the teacher will facilitate the work of the courses, of the modules.
There was a,
It would be the high school teachers that teach that course, the principal's
Yeah,
course.
let me correct that. The seventh grade will be modules with the teacher, but the teachers at the high school will be the teachers for the eighth grade students doing the CT principal's courses.
It's only the eighth graders that are gonna be transported during first period. Seventh grade, because it looks like both programs kind of fell in line. The first one, the seventh graders are gonna be doing rotations at Gillette, where they would normally be. It's the eighth graders that are gonna be transported to the high school during first period, and then they return during their Lima time, so they're not missing another class, the way the times are currently.
So just to give you a little bit of background, we have 3 electives right now, and those 3 elective teachers, the FTEs for those 3 electives, those electives are going to be absorbed by the 7th grade CTE classes. And so those 3 teachers will be the ones that will move into those positions, so we won't be adding new positions. From what the school districts that we visited explained, what Dr. Sandoval said about the funding to buy the initial programs, right? But then the consumables, if you will, like for example, when we were there, the culinary arts, there was these 2 young men, and they were making peanut butter protein energy balls. It was really cool. And I asked one of them, I said, so tell me, do you like this class? And it was like, it was scripted. He goes, absolutely. He goes, I'm learning life skills. He goes, and I'm getting to cook. And he goes, unlike those other classes that make me memorize things. And I was like, okay, but all of those ingredients, all of those things that are kind of consumable, that they would need to replace on a regular basis, according to the program director, it's not a lot of money that is spent on those items. And Ms. Winslow explained that all of the funding for that would come from the CTE funds, correct, Ms. Winslow?
The 2 districts that were visited also welcomed any of you all, if y'all would like to come and visit their districts as well, right? Roxtown and Rockport.
The fundings for the CTE is all generated by the classes. So the kids in the class generate the money. All the money generated in this class will keep this program funded and will also pay for the teachers. So there's no additional cost to the school district except for us budgeting this year for the startup. But we're already looking into it and we're figuring out how we can do it to make this happen because our students at Kingsville ISD deserve this.
So all these pathways are being offered right now to high school?
Do what?
All these pathways are being offered to high school students right now?
The first page, yes, but the second page, no. These are things that we're looking at to see what the interest
Is of the students and if we want to continue with this or not. So this will help us, let's open up this program. It seems like a big interest for the kids. And it also helps us gauge our way of looking at what the kids need and what they deserve. I got big, great ideas and I'm always having to say, well, we got to research it first. And so this is a good way of researching because our kids will also get the hands-on training and evaluation that they deserve.
On those students that will be transporting, some are going to be late. You might have 4 or 5 or 8 or 10. I mean, what steps are going to be for them to get to that class?
So the parent meetings that we had, Mr. Medelas, we explained to the parents that just like if their student was late to Gillette, that if they would do the very same thing, they would take the student to HMP. Okay. They would drop them off in the front office. The registrar at HM King has access to the students' information and would then log them in for attendance, et cetera. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
And if that parent, let's say, needed to pick them up in an emergency or needed to pick them up for a doctor appointment, et cetera, the same thing would happen. They go to the HM King front office and they present their ID and they're able to check their student out to take them where they need to take them.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so it's required of all 8th grade students. So am I understanding that for a full year, all 8th grade students will be transported to the high school?
Yes.
Okay, so we're basically increasing a class for CTE at the high school. Each teacher will now have an additional class of 8th graders. And what is this replacing at Gillette? What are they missing out at Gillette by going to this new course?
They wouldn't be missing anything. What we have done for Gillette is we are going from 7 class periods to 8. Okay, and so earlier, Dr. Pettis referenced grammar time. So we have configured grammar time a little differently. We've added more time to grammar time. We have gone to the 8 periods, and I think we're going to probably shave off a couple of minutes. Currently, each class period is about 57. We're going to go down to 55. And so it really isn't going to impact instructionally any of our classes. Yes, sir.
And
Just
the CTE teachers won't be adding another class.
Right.
Like, in other words, if they teach 7 periods, they're not gonna add an 8th period class. They're gonna still teach 7 periods, but one of the periods is gonna be principles of whatever it is that they have their CTE teaching certificate in.
So then HM then is going to have classes for them to go to during that time that they would probably be in first period and bump it down to second. And that's probably already in the works, I'm sure.
Right. And just as a kind of a fun fact, the research that's out there amongst in Texas public schools is if we are waiting to start our students on the pathways, which is a requirement to graduate, if we're waiting to start them as freshmen in high school, we're waiting too late. The suggestion is that we start them in 8th grade and if even possible in 7th grade, which is why doing the 7th grade CTE program, where we're already exposing them to those career pathways that they will then be taking as principles of pathways in 8th grade and allowing them to already understand what those pathways are so they can make a informed choice when they get to, when they start doing that registration for 8th grade. And then these 8th graders, by the time, when they get ready to be freshmen in a couple of years, they will already be able to make that informed choice to, when they are freshmen. The interesting thing is that, it's not interesting, it's TEA, is that TEA now has added another accountability piece to the high schools in Texas. There is now a completion piece where they have to complete, a student must complete their pathway. So if a student starts in 8th grade with their pathway, then they will be able to complete it by the time they graduate high school. Therefore, meeting that accountability piece that TEA has added to the high school. Okay, thank you all.
So I do want to ask you that because Dr. used to get a really broken up points about what TA is now expecting of our seniors. Not only do they have to be completers, but they need our history-based certification for CCMR. And that's one of the ways to help them earn that hopefully sooner, so it doesn't get in the way that junior, senior year, because we're right now currently having to wait till senior year for some of these kids to earn the certification. And it's really, skin of their teeth, we're waiting to see are these kids going to meet that CCMR requirement. So it helps in that regard. It gives kids earlier exposure to CT courses that are out there. and the potential, pathway that they may choose for their career. And then lastly, it's definitely gonna help the district, in terms of finances by getting that additional funding of these kids participating in these CT courses at an earlier age. That exposure is gonna be great for these kids to be able to see that and be able to put their hands on real equipment at an earlier age. So it's gonna be a great opportunity for kids.
Dr. Salvat, I think in adding a little bit to Dr. Isaguirre, 7th and 8th grade might be too late. Because TASB's studies and TASB's, the classes we go to, gotta hit them earlier. Not 7th and 8th grade might be a little bit, I mean, I think it's sooner than better, but maybe there's something we can incorporate that at a 4th grade level or 5th grade level.
Georgia, thank you for bringing that question up. And as part of the counseling program, the counselors do provide guidance and career exploration at the elementary campuses. It's part of our year at a glance. It's part of our curriculum to discuss different universities, different careers. The pathway program that we have actually has embedded videos that the counselors do share within the classroom for our students, but you're correct. It is our obligation to kind of begin piquing their interest and then always remind our students that by the time they get to high school, there's going to be jobs that haven't even been developed yet. Okay? And so I think that is part of the exploration, providing that now, that yes, sir, you're absolutely correct. We introduce it at the much lower levels in our elementaries. Thank you.
Also in 6th grade, we offer Avid to every single student, and that's the college prep type classes. And so this year we required every 6th grader to take that class.
Dr. Samuel, how many students do we have participating in CT programs right now? Or just approximately?
It's mostly every student at the high school, and then I have the kids that are taking the 8th grade career classes and digital, and then also robotics is being offered at the at the middle school, and they're doing an amazing job over there.
So then this increase is going to be significant for funding?
Yes, it would. What it's going to do is going to put more numbers in the classroom, which is going to generate more funding, because the way that CTE funds it is by the number of students in the classroom. That's what generates the money.
And one thing I do want to expand on that, as Ms. Winslow mentioned, because kids get an early opportunity to get exposed to CTE courses, it opens up the opportunity to back in junior, senior year for them to take more advanced courses. CT funding works in the way where it's scaled. Your level 1 courses, your principles courses, you get, I think, a 1.28 funding. Your higher, your level 4s are 1.47, if I'm not mistaken. What's the number, Debbie? It's, I think, 1.7. So at the higher level, the level of course that they take, and this opportunity being afforded to them senior, junior year, it definitely can help increase some of that funding that these kids might be able to bring in.
So Dr. Salavat, so we see the importance, yes. How would it affect our accountability rate? How do we have studies shown that we're showing that that's on the rise? Are we moving, if that happens, are we moving the needle?
Well, from what the table I had given y'all, I guess, last month or maybe in January, the months are going so fast. We've increased our CCMR from remember the 39 to 76. This should continue to add that, but also it helps kids, kind of like what Dr. Sandoval said, we're kind of reaching them too late, and we need to give them time to explore, so literally explore. It's like we're making them choose a degree plan, as an 8th grader, and we want to give them more opportunities to explore that. So we're hoping, from what we've learned from the other districts, is this is a plus. It can only help. So they have offered, like I said, if y'all want to go, we can take any of you, as long as we're on forms.
And I also want to say that this is really, really good because of the fact that our kids, I've been inputting license certifications today, so I'm getting a good feel of what's happening in this district and stuff. But by putting the license and certification in, I'm noticing that, some kids have taken the test twice, for the license and the certification. Well, we don't want our kids to be worried about it like they've been saying their senior year. We want them to already have it in their hand, and we know that they are completed that goal that the state has put on our students. Also, the districts that I've been around have started these programs in the 7th and 8th grade. And so we're a little bit, we're moving a little bit quicker now, and we're gonna get on the bandwagon, and with the support of y'all, and of course our amazing superintendent and our assistant superintendents and our principals, they're doing an amazing job, but we're going to accomplish more for our students here at Kingsville ISD. And once again, I want to tell you again, they deserve it. They're amazing kids.
Dr. Sandoval, correct me if I'm wrong, you said most of these modules are online? Or some of the modules?
The modules for the 7th grade classes, the curriculum is available to them online, but they'll be in the classroom with the teacher and doing the work, and the modules help guide them through the lessons. And they're working through it's about 10 lessons that they do in 10 to 12 days. And it's self-paced, but it's about 10 lessons within those modules per program of study.
So if it's specifically for the 8th grade,
That's for the 7th grade.
Okay, so they're staying put at Gillette, they're not.
Correct, 7th graders are not moving, we're keeping them in-house.
Going through the rotations, the module rotations, and they're kind of like science in a box, that we'll have a little kit with each module that's online. So they can do some hands-on type of activities, correct?
That's correct, the teacher facilitates the work, and it's amazing to watch the kids because they're all engaged, because it is hands-on. We've done career exploration for many years here at CASD at the 8th grade level, but it's most of it's, theory, it's textbook, it's, read stuff online, but it's not the hands-on. We're finally, bringing the hands-on to the kids at an earlier age, and at the middle school, it's exciting, to give them this opportunity to get this at an earlier age. If you took that away, many of us went to school, we had wood shop back in class. We had leathers, we had, metals. We took that away from the middle schools, and here's an opportunity to give them a little taste of that, but not a full shop, but yet they get the experience to do some hands-on skills.
I wanted to say that the kids, the reason why we really like this program also is because the kids were so excited. They do have that lesson like he was talking about on the computer that's part of their curriculum, and they want to finish their work real quick so they can go do the hands-on. The kids really want to get to the hands-on, and they want to learn more. So these programs are amazing.
Any other questions?
Thank you, Dr. Sandoval.
Thank you.
Moving on to item 6H, memorandum of agreement between Education Service Center Region 2 and Kingsville Independent School District regarding the innovative approaches to literacy grant. Dr. Pence.
Thank you, Mr. Reese, Dr. Pettis, members of the board. Well, it's being brought up. Let me answer Mr. Minella's question on what is 1%. What does that translate to? It's approximately $165,000 for every 1%. Just give you an idea of right now, we're close to 90%. If we were at 100%, that'd be $1.65 million. If we were able to close half of that gap, that'd be $825,000. Because you're never going to get 100% attendance, but if we were at 95%, that would be $825,000 more dollars for our district. So we have been awarded a grant through the service center. They're the intermediary for this to the Harrell Library. So the total amount of that grant is $138,500. There are restrictions on what it can be used for. The majority of it must be used for the physical environment of the library, things such as flooring, lighting, shelving, the murals on the walls, and furniture. Those are the biggest expenditures. You can spend maybe $5,000 to $10,000 on instructional materials such as library books and so on as well too. And there is a small amount that you can also spend on somebody that is putting in extra work outside of hours to also get that library ready for the upgrade as well. I know Ms. Perkins and also Ms. Lovelady have been working on the plans for that grant. So this is a memorandum of understanding, not a memorandum of understanding, memorandum of agreement. Doesn't necessarily need board approval, but we just wanted to bring it to the board and see if the board had any questions.
Do we, does this require a certified librarian also to take part in this, or do we have one in the district?
It does not require a certified librarian, and no, we do not have a certified librarian.
So do we have a waiver on that as part of not having a certified librarian? Do we need a waiver, or does it not matter anymore?
No, it doesn't.
Ms. Perkins is leading it though with her, since she's literacy specialist, or as a coordinator. So she is the one helping to coordinate with our library aides. Make sure we stay on track with that. Now, things may change with the 89th legislative session, we'll find out.
Any other questions?
Thank you, Dr. Bates. Moving on to item 6I, budget recap reports, check register for December 2024 and January 2025. Once again, Dr. Bates.
Thank you, Mr. Reese. I'll look at the December check register first, just a couple of items on there. Claiborne County appraisal, again, we have to pay them every quarter. They are the ones that are, all taxing entities have to pay the appraisal district. That's how they get their money. And it's a percentage of our values in the district that we pay, and that's broken into every quarter. If you look at National Glazing Solutions, security film, almost all of this was done last year, but there were still a few outstanding items that we always, the last reserve is not paid until they are completely finished with the project, and now they are completely finished with the project that we've contracted there. I'll take any other questions. Check register.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
On item number 3, O'Hanlon, it says 2 months.
Yes.
So is that just November, December, January, what 2 months is that?
We always run 2 months behind, so it is, well, this is for December, so it probably would have, it would either have been September and October is most probably.
That far back?
Yes, it always runs about 2 months.
We've seen this appear before.
Yes, but when it appears before, it's always 2 months behind as well.
So are we gonna go over the January one?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay.
So this is just attorney fees.
Just attorney fees, yes.
So I have another question.
Unless there was any type of board training at that time too, but I don't think, not for September, October. Okay, January? Okay, on the January check register, let's look at quantum mechanical services. So 3 rooftop units, these were the ones that were installed in Gillette, and then there were 8 Harvey HVAC repairs. Every time we do big projects like this, we go out for bids for the different companies, different quotes, and use the lowest bid will get the project. So if you ever have a question, sometimes some of the smaller projects, local will give us quotes, but for some of the big chillers or some of the commercial things, the commercial companies are the ones that have the expertise to do the big projects. If you look at down at Clayburgh County Treasurer, so we also pay the Clayburgh County to collect taxes every year. They go and they pay their taxes at Clayburgh County. And Clayburgh County every year, this is an annual fee, and how much they charge us based on how much they've collected every year. We pay them at the end of the year. This is for collection for taxes for last year. They send us a bill, and we pay them for collecting taxes for us. I'll take any other questions that you have on the January check register.
Yes, I have one.
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry. Theo Hammond,
Okay.
and then it says, school board attorney fees. That's just for school board?
Let me go down. No, attorney fees, they are just classified in the organization for school board. It's not for necessarily school board. I guess I could have put it on their district-wide, but it's just, they're classified under organization 702, which is school board. That's the account that they come out of. But you're right, it really is for the whole district. And again, since we're running about 2 months behind, this would have been for November.
So can you give us an itemized statement of all this, like for the September, October, and November? Because it just seems like so long ago.
Absolutely, I can email out one
Seems
for
like this
those
is-
months. Absolutely.
I thought it was like current, like, okay, this is January, so this is January's registry.
No, when we get the invoice, then it is reviewed, and then after the invoice is reviewed to make sure all the charges are correct, then we pay it.
So, this includes also some of the things that we addressed at the last board meeting then, or would those be added? And when I'm talking about, I'll just say it, it's the grievances we dealt with. Is that in these fees here?
No, because if those were just done in March, then you will probably see those on the May check register. It usually runs 2 months.
Thank you, sir.
So do we ever have overlapping bills, or, how we started the contract, like say we started this contract in September, but we're still trying to pay bills from this year. So do we ever have overlapping?
That's a good point, Ms. Salinas. So this happens with every district where a lot of times there are services, let's say that services were provided in August. We do not close our books till about October, until all the outstanding bills have been received and paid. And then we close our books. And when we pay it in October, it is actually paid in the previous budget year because the services were provided in the previous budget year.
So you don't give the district a deadline for to submit POs so that we can start closing accounts early on?
If it's getting close to the end of September or October, then we will call the vendors directly and say, we need these invoices so we can pay them because we need to close out the previous year.
But we get the itemized invoices, so we should be able to provide those to y'all with a cost.
Yes, we have those.
Yeah, like open records requests, that costs us because we send them to attorney. Personnel issue, anything like that we utilize, we send, so they have to keep track of all that. So we can definitely provide y'all the invoices so y'all can see the itemized things on them.
So then on the itemized, then it will have what services we receive and services HR received and anybody else that's dealing with this.
Yes, it's broken up by category, and within each category, it's very detailed, and it says what the service was for. It says how many tenths of an hour were billed for that service and what the cost was for that service. It's very detailed.
So maybe for next time, you can just put attorney fees, but district-wide, and not school board.
Yes, I can do that.
I mean, it made me feel like we're spending so much money.
Any other questions on the January check register?
Thank you, Dr. Pitts. Moving on to new business. By common consent, the board agrees to consider one action item following the approval of a waiver of tuition for a transfer student. Can be found on pages 51 to 64.
I move that we approve the item by consent.
So there's been a motion made by
Second.
Brian Kufal.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any abstain? Motion carries 7-0. Moving on to item 7B, discussion of possible action regarding National Library Week proclamation. Dr. Bessanais.
Thank you, Mr. Reeves, Dr. Bettis, and members of the board. The administration recommends that the Board of Trustees approve the National Librarian Week proclamation for the week of April the 6th through the 12th, 2025 as National Library Week. The proclamation reads as follows. Whereas libraries spark creativity, fuel imagination, and inspire lifelong learning, offering a space for individuals of all ages can explore new ideas and be drawn to new possibilities. Whereas libraries serve as a vibrant community hubs, reconnecting people and knowledge, technology, and resources while fostering civic engagement, critical thinking, and lifelong learning. Whereas libraries provide a free and equitable access to books, digital tools, and innovative programming, ensuring that all individuals, regardless of background, have the support they need to learn, connect, and thrive. Whereas libraries partner with schools, businesses, and organizations, connecting the dots to maximize resources, increase efficiency, and expand access to essential services, strengthening the entire community. Whereas libraries empower job seekers, entrepreneurs, lifelong learners by providing access to resources, training, and opportunities that support career growth and economic success. Whereas libraries nurture young minds through story times, STEAM programs, literacy initiatives, fostering curiosity and a love of learning that lasts a lifetime. Whereas libraries protect the right to read, think, and explore without censorship, standing as champions of intellectual freedom and free expression. Whereas dedicated library workers provide welcoming spaces that inspire discovery, collaboration, and creativity for all. Whereas library workers across the country are joining together to celebrate National Library Week under the theme Drawn to the Library. Now therefore be it resolved that I proclaim April 6th through 12th, 2025 as National Library Week. During this week, I encourage all residents to visit their library, explore its resources, and celebrate all the ways that the library draws us together as a community.
For the proclamation being read, do I hear a motion to accept this proclamation? Motion made by Delma Salinas.
Second.
Second by Jacob Perez. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Moving on to item 7C, discussion of possible action regarding the appointment of social health advisory council members and officers. It can be found on pages 67 and 68. Dr. Holt.
Each year, the text of the Education Code 28 requires that school board of trustees appoint and establish a local school health advisory council. And that they also consist of community members and parents of students within the school district, the majority of the members. So tonight I bring to you a recommendation to the school board to appoint the following members to be presented for appointment by you, the board to the SHAC committee as officers and members. If the members are here tonight, they will come forward as well.
Before we do that, I have a question. Dr. Holt. So it says here, majority of the members must be people who are parents of students enrolled in the district. So,
Right. They don't all have to be, they can be.
no, it says three, majority. So I don't know, I'm gonna assume that Ornelas and Vasquez and Santa Cruz are parents.
They are both parents.
Are the other three parents?
The other three, we have one that is a community member and the other two are school associated employees.
It's not a majority though. I'm just following the rules here.
I understand. This is actually the first year since I've been here for 4 years that we've actually had officers at all. And so we're moving toward that, and we have taken great steps to,
But that's fine, so we should change the language of that, because it doesn't reflect what we're gonna vote on. I'm not being a stickler, everybody understand this, right? You don't understand that?
and that's the majority of officers, not members, and two of us are only members. I think that's where the discrepancy is. There are 3 officers being presented here, and 2 that are just here, so to let you know that we have administrative representation for the district, but of it, we're not officers. And so the chair and the co-chair officers representing 2 out of the 3 officers. But I understand.
2 out of 3, then we do have a majority.
Yes.
Okay.
Other officers, yes.
Dr.
I'm sorry,
Holtz.
that is confusing.
Yeah,
So
Dr. Holtz, I just want to make sure that, for the record, we are following TEA guidelines when it comes to our SHAC.
We are currently following and getting closer to those guidelines every year.
Okay, when you say
Have
close,
we been before? No, sir.
so they have not
Not
been,
honest.
so this year is the first year that you are getting it together for us.
That we've been able to get volunteers, because we have those meetings, we solicited, this year we finally got some volunteers that want to be a part of it.
Yeah.
And so maybe on this, we can just clear up the language where you could say the board of trustees, I'm sorry, a majority of the officers, do you think that might help? We've been said a majority of the officers must be, okay?
You're not actually voting for the members, but I wanted to show who was representing the district as well.
But if I understand correctly, we have 3 members, 2 of which that are officers are parents.
Yes, sir.
So that is a majority. So. No? 2 out of the 3.
Yeah,
So that is a majority.
2 out of 5.
yeah, out of
The other 2 are district representatives. They are not part.
Okay. What we're told in the background information is the Board of Trustees shall appoint at least 5 members to the local school health advisory council. A majority of the members must be people who are parents of students enrolled in the district and who are not employed by the district. So we've got some miscommunication one place or another, but it appears to all be listed in TEC 28.004. So that would be helpful.
So we can bring this back to you if you want reworded, we can certainly do that. Or we can change the version here.
Well, I think if we're gonna get things the way TEA wants it, I think we need to get it back. I think we need to bring it back. I mean, I don't know, just so that way we can be, if you're fixing it, Dr. Holtz. Thank you for that. So
Well,
then-
and the new officers that have been.
Yeah.
But Mr. Maddox, can you, because you gave us guidance to create this, so would it be better for us to put a majority of the officers, because it is the majority of the officers, but it's not the majority of the members?
That's correct. So the agenda item as drafted is correctly written for board action. But if the board's not comfortable with the language that's provided, we can always table it and provide more clarification on each of the language.
Yeah, I would prefer that, I'm not prepared to make a decision until I've had a chance to review TEC 28.004. Whatever that might be.
And I would like to bring to you tonight 6 or 7 officers, if I want, secretaries and treasurers and all of those things. So I just want you to know that we are working as hard as we can to try to increase the accuracy of that agreement.
Are there some here tonight?
Like, so Giovanna Ornelas, Elizabeth Ronald. She would like to speak.
Mr. President,
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
And then myself and Dr. Olivia Belisario.
Elizabeth Ramos, I'm sure you guys know me. I am technically not a parent anymore of KISD. And I've been involved in this on and off since 2018. I went hands off when I was a board member. This is something that I'm passionate about because I have degrees in health and human sciences. And I think it's important to teach that to our kids, especially starting at a young age. So that's why I was involved. Miss Wilson, Lou Wilson got me involved in that, and that's where it started prior to the new House bill being changed. And that's where we have an issue is the participation in this new House bill, which requires 5 voted members in a legal meeting to be in membership in this council. Then it goes to you guys for approval, and then we can actually be a real council. So technically, we're still not legally there. But I would like to stand here for you, and I know I've reached out on social media myself, parents, myself I go to. We need your help getting people there. A lot of people, I hate to say unfortunately, that they have a bad taste in their mouth, from participating in these things, raising money for such things, and then it doesn't pan out. So it would be really great if you guys could get on the phone and say, hey, this is something important for our community, and if you guys can be involved in it, it's great on your resume, get you involved with your kids, get the kids to come too, get National Honor Society and their parents involved, that would be wonderful. I think the issue here with SHAC is the lack of participation. And I know that our last meeting that Dr. Holt and I held, I was able to get a vendor at a restaurant, and I want to give a shout out to Mesquite House Barbecue for allowing us to come in and use their facility on a day off to be able to provide healthy meals for kids during that meeting. So we really were trying to reach out of the box here and see what we can do to entice more members and more parents, because I know food is one of them, because they're held around dinner time. So if you guys could also get on the horns, that would be wonderful. I do need participation from the district as far as making sure principals put the notice of the meeting 72 hours prior to. It's got to be in the central office of every campus, and that's another one of the things that House Bill requires as well. And I'm getting, back and forth with Dr. Holt about getting information that should be shared during the meeting, getting paperwork up to get to code, getting bylaws, all those things that haven't been happening for so long. Does anybody have any questions? But yeah, there isn't a legal amount of members to make 5 for you to vote on tonight, but we're letting you know we're here asking for your help because it's required. I mean, this one's been forgotten about for many years.
Thank you, Ms. Ramos.
I'd like to make a motion to table this issue.
Do we have to vote on that?
Yes, Mr. President, a motion to table requires a second or votes. The other option is the board just takes no action on this item.
So there has been a motion to table this decision made by Martin Chapa. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by David Garcia. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So motion carries to be tabled 7-0. Now moving on to item 7D, discussion and possible action regarding the agreement for clinical services between the University of Texas, Rio Grande Valley, and Kingsville Independent School District. They can be found on pages 69 to 78. Dr. Pitts.
Thank you, Mr. Ruiz. You have the agreement in front of you, and this does require board approval. The term of the agreement is till June of 2026. From current to June of 2026, this is for remote telehealth behavioral services from UTRGV to our students. I will take any questions you have. There's no cost for these services.
Hearing no questions, is there a motion to accept this recommendation? Made by Jacob Perez. Is there a second? Second made by Martin Chapa. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Now moving on to item 7E, discussion of possible action regarding the interlocal student transfer and tuition agreement between Kingsville ISD and Ricardo Independent School District for the 2025-2026 school year. It can be found on pages 79 to 81. Dr. Pitts.
Thank you, Ms. Reese. This agreement is identical to the previous year agreements with respect, exception to the school year. So this money is usually meant to be to counteract the taxes that they would have been paying if they were in the school district. For this year, it is $2,200 per student. We have about 43 students. That's a little less than $100,000, just to give you an idea how much money we're talking with this agreement. So they will pay the tuition every year. I send them an invoice. They send me a check, Ricardo does. And then the responsibility again that we have is we transport them to the Ricardo school, not to their homes, to the Ricardo school, and we pick them up every day. I'll take any questions you might have.
Okay, so hearing no questions, is there a motion to accept this interlocal student transfer and tuition agreement?
So moved.
Motion made by Brian Kufal. Is there a second? Second made by Delma Salinas. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Now moving on to item 7F, discussion of possible action regarding the first reading of localized policy update 124 that can be found on pages 82 to 154. Dr. Sandoval.
Thank you, Board President and Board of Trustees. I'm doing the update on Board Update 124. This is our first reading, and this is based off the legal policies based on legislative and regulatory changes. Change local policies offered for consideration of addressing the following topics. We'll be covering financial ethics. So let me go over the 8 different things that we're covering today: financial ethics, investments, intellectual property, employee standards of conduct, special programs, gifted and talented students, child abuse, neglect, and conduct on school premises. Update 124 includes 8 different policies that are being considered for your approval. We'll go into more detail on the slides, the upcoming slides. CAA local, these are recommended revisions to the local policy at federal awards disclosure to align Texas updated rules regarding federal grants found in Code of Federal Regulations. This guidance becomes effective October 1st, 2024, and is effective in CBP legal. The phrase or designee is recommended for deletion throughout the policy, except in places where the designation of another individual could be in place of the superintendent or board president, and not just their superintendent, as is the case of most other policies. CDA local, the section on sellers of investment is recommended for revision to specify the representatives with distributors of investment pools must be registered with the Texas State Security Board. They must have membership in the Securities Investor Protection Corporation, and they must also be in good standing with the financial industry regulatory authority. Distributors of investment pools must also be registered in good standing with the Municipal Securities Rulemaking Board. Policy CY local, these revisions are recommended throughout their local policy to clarify the circumstances under which the district's intellectual property may be used and where ownership of the intellectual property lies when materials created by a district employee. Other recommended revisions clarify how district employees must use other copyrighted material, including copyrighted material used for performances and displays in instruction. Next policy is DH local. The provision addressing tobacco and e-cigarettes are recommended for revision to include nicotine products regardless of whether the product contains tobacco. This language aligns with the language included in the model employee handbook. EHB local. Recommended revisions to the local policy on special program reflect updated administrative code rules addressing dyslexia and related disorders, specifically inclusion of references to the dyslexia handbook and admission, review, and dismissal ARD committee decision. EHBB local, changes to the Texas State Plan for the Education of Gifted and Talented Students was approved by the State Board of Education in September 2024, prompted updates in terminology throughout the local policy. Recommended revisions and funding are to align the text with requirements in the education code and in administrative code rules. FFG local, under reporting child abuse and neglect, a new subsection on oral reports is recommended to comply with revisions to the family code and administrative code. Recommended revision that making a report are to clarify new requirements in the education code stating that reporting individuals must provide their name and contact information when making a report. The policy still states that the identity of a person making a report of a suspected child abuse or neglect shall be kept confidential and disclosed only in accordance with the law. And GKA local, recommended language for even electronic vaping devices that have been added to the tobacco and e-cigarette section of this local policy. Those are the 8 policies that are being considered for the first reading. Do you have any questions at this time regarding those 8 policies?
Hearing no questions, is there a motion to accept the first reading of localized policy update 124?
So moved. Second.
Motion made by Brian Kufal, second by Jacob Pettis. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Now moving on to item 7G, discussion and possible action regarding second reading of board policy CDC local other revenues, gifts, and solicitations. It can be found on pages 181 to 183. Dr. Pitts.
Thank you, Ms. Reese. We've had this a couple times before, and I have gotten recommendations from the board, and I've tried to put it into this policy. You see the changes in red, and so what this means is that if anything's under $2,500, it doesn't require board approval unless it's a gift of real property. Gifts of real property need to come to the board no matter what. That's pretty standard. So the threshold is $2,500. If it's $2,500 or greater and is maintained, inventoried, or controlled by the district as its funds, equipments, or supplies. So what that would exempt is the bicycles. If there was a gift of $2,500 of bicycles that was given to the kids in the school, that is not something that is inventoried, controlled. KISD is just the intermediary, so we would not need to hold that one up for board approval. If there is something such as a donation for a charter bus for $2,500 that is time sensitive for a game, that is not something, that is not a gift that is inventoried, controlled by the district as its funds. So that would be able to move through because things like that are time sensitive. But if it is anything like supplies and materials that is over $2,500 that is given to the district, that is going to become part of the district's, I guess, controlled property, then that would require board approval. So I hope I've taken your concerns and into this, and I've worked with legal on this. I will take any questions that you might have.
Was it, have we talked about a limit of $1,000?
That's something that we could put in there as well too. We could put the same thing with $1,000 if the board wants. So,
Well, yeah, I was just remembering $1,000, I never, maybe I don't remember $2,500 ever being mentioned anywhere as far as.
that's something that legal recommended that some other districts use, 2,500.
Because I've seen, and I'm nosy, so I can know the board packages, and I've seen approval to the board as low as $150. So, I mean, it's for this category.
That can be whatever the board desires.
And also, if we know where we're playing next year, as far as busing, I mean, what would we need charges? If we're planning probably right now or pretty soon, and most of our out-of-town games, the San Antonio are going to be played here, we're still on that same schedule. So I think that we need to know if that's going to happen before it happens and not after the fact, like we have this past fall. I think it's good to know that, and I know they're anonymous, and I appreciate that. I hope they're with us here next year. But at the same time, after the fact, I don't think is the right thing to do. You know, just the way I feel personally, I don't know how anybody else feels, but it's, because it creates a lot of problems from other people going to that same game. We donated $2,500 for this bus for this group, but these three groups are going in our towns, our elements. So that's something that, you know, I don't mind receiving those calls, but when you get too many of them, then it can create problems. And we just need to address it before it happens.
So like for regular scheduled games, but maybe the athletic coordinator and the rest of the, like fine arts director and cheerleading and drill team, if they can get together and say, okay, let's look at the schedule and let's see, what would we anticipate we'd want to get a charter bus for the regular season game? Those can be definitely predicted.
Because I'm thinking, we're going to be in the playoffs if we win 10 games or lose 10 games. We're in the playoffs. So
So we need to think about that too, the playoffs.
Yeah, but that's where I think that the charter buses do come in.
Right.
But as far as regular games, I mean, I appreciate the donations, but at the same time, why am my daughter not in a charter? Why is my son not in a charter? So you know, that's something we have to answer, and it's going to bog y'all down here. That's my thoughts right there.
We have looked into what other districts do with charter buses, and a lot of times it depends on miles away or hours. A lot of times, like if it's 4 or 5 or more hours for comfort and for restroom, then a lot of districts go that route. But if it's less than that, if it's 2.5 hours or less, a lot of districts, unless they're the wealthier districts, are using their regular school buses.
Yeah, and I can see wanting to go somewhere and meet somebody that's ranking.
Right.
We go from King to somebody that's ranked at the state level, not in our district. I like that. But if we're going to play somebody that's 0-10, 0-7, 0-8, you know, that gets pricey when we have to take a whole bunch of kids.
Now, some conversations that might come up is, because I remember asking about this, is, okay, how's the band going to feel because they're not going on the charter bus because the football team's going on? And I was told, well, the band boosters decided they're not going to use the money for that. They're going to use their money for their end of year trip to wherever it is. Ms. Moore met with them about that. So we'll need to kind of navigate through that as well.
So yes, the different directors I met with, and so some of the incidences that happened when football took charter and band didn't take the charter bus, band decided that they did not want to take the charter bus. They wanted to save their money for their end of the year trip. And so we do have those conversations with the directors, and so they choose where they want their money to be spent. And so that's some of the behind the scenes that happen, is that some was last minute, like I heard they're doing it, so now I want to do it. But that was more of like cheer and drill, and so we made that happen. But between band and football, and that was a big part of it, we did have those conversations, and the directors made those decisions.
And I can appreciate that, but again, I just want to say again that if we're going to go play a number 1 or 2 team in San Antonio or somewhere, a preseason game especially, that's expensive. either way you look at it. You know, so we have to budget for that and be ready for that, you know, and looking at what we might get or not get from the state as far as funding, we need to look at that real close. I mean, we want as many people, as many kids participating, but at the same time, you know, where are we gonna take from to make that happen? That's my thoughts.
And your answer, just because I do have the schedule for next year, right now we're away at Sinton, Highlands, San Antonio, Moody, Moody, Clark, and Lafayette. Those are our main.
So those are right here.
Yeah.
Lafayette and
So
Clark.
those are the ones that are away, and the rest
And
are going to be back.
We can get everybody.
So what I can do is I can take it back to legal and put some of those concerns and bring it back to you another time. Any other feedback from the board, look on the amount? Is $1,000 consensus?
I have a thought.
Yes, sir.
We need to finalize this policy. We've been going over and over and over.
Yes, sir.
So hopefully the next time we can vote on it and get it done.
I'm with Mr. Bennett there too. It's just the change that we had discussed the first time was 1,000, now it's 2,500. That's the only way.
Well, we could
And it's
make that revision right now and vote on it now if the board is ready.
Well, that's, you know,
Because the
whatever.
last time we had the workshop, I remember it was asked, what are other districts doing? And that's when you went to Mr. Maddox to find out what are other districts doing so we could see. So if you're saying that the reason it's 2,500 is because that's what other districts are doing, well, we don't necessarily have to go with the 2,500. It's whatever y'all feel comfortable with.
It depends really on the size of the district. It's all over the place.
I appreciate that. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so then I guess the question would be, is there a motion to accept the second reading of board policy, CDC local, and other revenue gifts and solicitation with a change to the amount being $1,000 as opposed to 2,500? Is there a motion?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, motion made by Jacob Perez,
Second.
second by David Garcia. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Thank you, Dr. Pitts. You're welcome. Discussion and possible, moving on to 7H, discussing and possible action of purchases of over $50,000 can be found on page 184 and 185 of your board packet, Dr. Pitts.
Thank you, Mr. Reese. I'll address them one by one. Quantum Mechanical Services, we went out for bids for replacing the HVAC in the old gym at the high school. This isn't the domes, this is that gym on the side by the weight room over there. Again, Quantum was the lowest bid, and you see in there what their current is. And I tried to break it down a little bit on what is new for this purchase and what has been spent so far this year, just for transparency purposes. We have a pickup truck. We purchased one already for $37,000, but now it's going over the threshold. And just again, for transparency, since it's over $50,000 for the same vendor, I'm bringing it to the board. This was put in the large expenditures last year when we were preparing for the budget, the $75,000 for the for vehicles. So, but again, I'm seeking approval for the board to buy that second vehicle. These are new pickup trucks, brand new pickup trucks, and those are really good deals. Before they were over $50,000 for one. Now we're getting them under $37,000. So very good deals. Next one, we went out for bids for a box truck. This is for food service, and these funds can only be spent for food service, and currently we have an excess fund balance there. This was the lowest bidder. The current box truck that we have right now is a 2007 that is used by them. So Again, sometimes it's in the repair shop. We still plan to keep that old one in case something happens with the new one as a spare. But again, this is something that is not out of general funds, and we can only use that for food service purposes anyway. We also have a project where we need to replace one more of the rooftop units at CTE. We're currently procuring quotes. We don't want to have to wait till the board meeting next month to bring the quotes to you. I'm bringing, even though it's new under 22,000, there's a chance that it could be with the current vendor that's over 50,000. So again, for transparency purposes, I just wanted to bring that to the board to notify you. I'm seeking approval. I will answer any questions for these over 50,000 purchases.
Dr. Pitts,
Yes, sir.
real quick, I know we've already set some money aside for ACs last year, is that correct?
Yes, we budget money every year in our maintenance budget for HVAC
Okay.
repairs.
Weren't any of these included in that at the high school? So why are we coming back for more money? Just asking.
When, at the beginning of the year, so we're talking about the roofing project, I believe, at the high school that we also replaced the HVAC repairs for. But some of those units that we took off are not usable to go back. So we already bought one new unit that needs to go back, and now we do need another unit to put back on top of the CTE.
Why wasn't that told to us then? They saw that they were inoperable because we had trouble with them.
Dr. Sandoval, can you answer that question?
Why are they coming back and now saying, oh, because it looks like they're doing this. We're staying under the procurement, waiting another year to go by, and it hit us again with another under procurement amount of 50,000. That's what it sounds like. And that's wrong. And I'm just saying that because that's a lot of money, guys. That's a lot of money. Okay? When we had that workshop here that showed where all this money is going to be spent, there was quite a bit of cash that we did for that. I don't understand where all this is trying to come in and put some more money.
To answer your question, Mr. Garcia, the project that we're doing, the roof repairs, when we pull those units off, there were some units that were at their lifespan. And it was either we put those old units back on, and then maybe the year, maybe even less, we're gonna be pulling those units back off. The cost of pulling them off and putting them back on, that's an added cost right there. Having to get a lift to put it on there, there's an added
It should have
cost.
been all included.
Well, but that wasn't,
That should have been all included.
but Mr. Garcia, that wasn't included as part of the roof repair that we're initially doing. And then we pulled the units off, we realized how bad they were. I mean, we weren't able to see it inside.
I know
the
they're
units.
bad. That should have been included with the assessment that was done on the roof at the time.
Well,
And just for the record, Mr. President, I want to have a roll call vote on this item, okay?
and keep in mind that what was approved was to do the roof. I mean, and then when we pulled the units off, we saw the extent of the damage.
There's. Never mind.
If I could add something, there's two different things. There's things that come out of the construction fund, large expenditures like we bring to you before the year starts, like building fences or building roofs or building or vehicles. We bring those large expenses for the year. We did bring the roof before the beginning of the year. Things that break during the year, like air conditioners, those aren't normally ones that we bring at the beginning of the year ahead of time because we don't know what's going to break. We don't know what we're going to have to replace. Those are things that don't come out of the construction fund. Those are things that come out of the general budget. As an air conditioner goes bad, we bring it to the board because a lot of times air conditioners are very expensive and we need to replace that. The project is sort of related because it is the roof, and They repaired the roof, and to repair the roof, they had to take all the air conditioners off of the roof. But putting new air conditioners on the roof, that's not the roofing as a vendor. Air conditioning is a completely different vendor. They kind of specialize like that. So this wasn't included as the original roofing project because it wasn't a roofing expenditure. It was normal maintenance. When an air conditioner goes bad, then we either fix it, if we can fix it, or we replace it. And in this case, when they were taken off the roof, the extent of the damage is so bad and they are so old. And since they were already off, if we're gonna have to replace it in another year or two anyway, then we're gonna have to pay someone to get the crane to take it off again and put it on again, and it'll be an added expense to the district. When they were taken off, the condition of them was so bad that it looks like we would just have to replace them in another year or something anyway. And when we do that, it'll be an added expense. I hope I added a little detail there.
Yeah, and who were we using as far as the vendor, as far as for HVAC? So who are we buying from?
So that one,
now that these have gone bad.
Okay, that one we're still getting quotes and bids for. So we haven't, we don't have a winning bid yet for it, but the unit is bad, so it needs to be replaced. But there's a chance that, for instance, one of the vendors that has already gone over 50,000 for this year might be the winning bid, and we don't know yet. And just in all transparency, we just wanted to bring it to the board just to let you know what we're doing.
I'd like to get I don't know if we could, Mr. Maddox, get a copy of all the vendors, contractors that have worked on this project and the amounts.
Yes, sir. Board members entitled to all current contracts the district is part of. Those are approved by the board, and also an inventory that's not public information.
Thank you. If I could get that, Dr. Goods, please? Absolutely, as soon as possible.
We'll give it to the whole board.
Yes, please. Yes. And Dr. Perez, I think you need to really look at that, be on top of that.
Well,
Because
we have,
that falls on you.
right, but when, I can see this where they're changing the roof because we needed a new roof. They take off those, and we've got old ACs everywhere. I mean, our principals are calling us that, this AC is breaking, or, anyway, we have aging facilities. So when they take off that big AC, if it's really bad and they see that it's really bad, and it's like, well, do you want to go ahead and try to replace it now? Because you're going to have to spend money again to put it back and then take it off and then get a new one eventually. It's like either pay now or pay later. So in trying to be as conservative as possible, or as prudent as possible, I think that's what I understood when they came to me with this. And so if we're budgeting and we're trying not to have a deficit, like last year, we thought we were going to have a $6.4 million deficit budget, and we ended up $3 million less, right? So in every decision we make, we're having to see what is the best way to use our monies and make sure our campuses are cool as well. So those are hard decisions to make, and it is hard to predict. It is hard to predict if we're changing the roof of maybe this building, and then all of a sudden they see, wait a minute, these ACs are, some of them are good, some of them are not. That's a little hard to predict.
I can see that if this year was the first year that we knew we were having a roof problem. This is not the first year that we've noticed that we've had problems out here.
With the AC?
Yeah. And the leaking of the roofs. You guys came out here and told us, look, it's all leaking. You all should have known that. That's why we have you there. You can't just be dishing money out every single time. I agree with you. Fix it one time and let's get it out.
And I think also, as this is happening, if we knew about this 20 days ago, 30 days ago, or 10 days ago, whatever, I think informing the board to let us know, hey, we've got this big problem.
Exactly.
This is our recommendation to fix it. We are having a board meeting today, whatever. March 25th. So it's getting it to, so there's not a surprise, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
You know what might be great is, and we've talked about this, about having like subcommittees of the board, a little subcommittee on construction. Because there's just gonna be more and more aging facilities that are gonna have needs. It's gonna be hard to predict.
Right.
So if maybe we have a small subcommittee on construction and maintenance, another subcommittee, on, different things that we've been talking about. If that would be more helpful to you all, I think that would be more real time, and then if you all see something, because I'm not an expert on it.
And it's not helpful for us, it's saving money for the district. That's what I want. Okay, I know the process. And it's not a good process when we're practicing.
So when they're saying they're trying to do it right now to try to save the money later, the district money later.
Well, it's gonna come to vote, Dr. Pettis, so either way, we're gonna come to the vote, and we'll see if it passes. If it does, oh well.
Okay, so what happens, Dr. Pitts, Dr. Sunwell? Okay, if they don't approve the amount that's over, because we're bringing it, because it's over the 50,000, right?
It's gonna be over, that's why they put that, well, that's why they put that.
You anticipate it's gonna be over 50,000.
I anticipate that it's possible that the winning bid, this one, the estimated price is 22,000 or less, because we already have one quote for 22,000. But if the winning bid, if somebody gives something, let's say 15,000, but they're already a vendor that's over 50,000, I wanted to be transparent with the board that we have this large expenditure. So
why don't you just bring it back, we can have the quote that you're gonna recommend.
But I'll state you that, we were currently, and Ms. Moore is here, she could probably explain a little more about what's going on. We've had to displace 3 classrooms, one would be the CT classroom, another one being, special needs classroom, another would be the ROTC. And it's getting hotter, we want to get them back in there as soon as possible. We can go back, put the old units back on, but, it may just be a matter of time before that unit, crashes. If you look at the coils, they're pretty rotted, rusted out, and that AC unit's probably not kick back on, we can try to get it back on. We'll be very lucky if we do, more than likely it's gonna be out within a year.
But I think the question is, if we don't have all the bids in, how do we make a decision on, we're not saying we don't want to replace them, but I think the idea is, if we don't have all the bids, why don't we just wait to see who's gonna win, and then bring it back to the board the next, I don't think the issue is replacing, we wanna do what's most cost effective, and yes, we don't wanna pay for a crane to put an old unit on, and in 2 years have to replace it anyway, with prices probably going up. But I think the idea is, if we don't have a bid already decided on, how do we make a decision on that, I guess is the question.
I think Dr. Pitts mentioned that we do have one bid in that's at $22,000. We know that bid's not gonna exceed over 22, if that's the winning bid. I just hate to push it off another month and then postpone us getting the kids back into that building, before the end of the year. And we've been waiting on that, I think, since October, we started the project. We pushed the kids out and, it was a process to get the roof completed. Roof's done, now we're trying to get the units back on. This is something that's slowing us down right now.
So the recommendation is to go with the $22,000 bid, is that what you're saying?
We know at the maximum it's gonna be 22,000, Ms. Maurice.
But we just don't know which vendor it's gonna be to push it over.
That's
Is there
correct.
a deadline? Is there a deadline on these bids? Is somebody?
Typically, they do 30 days, 30 to 60 days. They may work with us, but right now we're looking at the quotes and we're trying to make sure that we get the best, bang for our buck.
So what's this here, the quantum mechanical services for 100 and, what is it, 154?
Yeah.
So
That's aside, right? Aside from what?
Okay, so yes, so Quantum Mechanical Services is one of our HVAC vendors. Currently, so far through the year, we have already spent $101,000 with them. They were the ones that had the winning bid for the HMK old gym to replace 2 rooftop units, and that winning bid was $53,000. The others were more than that. So, again, the new spending is $53,000, but again, with transparency, I wanted to put on there how much we have already spent this year with that vendor so that you can see how much we're spending on HVAC expenditures.
And we could use the same vendor contact for CTE.
We are waiting for a quote from them too. So if they come in under 22,000, then we go with the lowest bid. So, again, we try to always do what gives us the best value for the district. That's why we submit, for multiple quotes.
Is there a process that says we have to wait exactly 30 days or exactly 60? How is it written up? Because when it comes down to these things, I think it's a timeline of somebody maybe doing a bigger job somewhere else, and this little job, this little bit is going to be put on the back burner.
They are very quick for us. I can speak for several vendors, Quantum being one of them, that when we give it to them, usually within a week, they're done with the project.
I'd like to make a motion to table item H, so we get all bids.
Motion to table item 7H has been made by Martin Chapa. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Is this just for the?
Discussion.
Discuss.
The trucks, the box truck, the
Oh, that's a good
AC
idea, but
units on the-
pick it apart, yes, like certain ones, I agree with that. Yeah, we can do that.
Okay, but that's not what the motion said.
Oh, then I'm sorry, I'm gonna retract my motion. Can I do that? All right. Running a motion with.
Okay, so is there a motion to accept the purchases over 50,000 only to include the Nissan Chevrolet Inc. Truck and the food services box truck?
So moved.
But wait, the issue is only on the 22, isn't it?
We already have the
reading right
three.
next to it, right?
But what if Quantum comes back with?
Look at the reading right next to that. It could be more.
Could be more.
We already have the 3 quotes for the HMK gym.
No. 22 is the maximum amount they're gonna pay on this AC unit. It could be reportable if the winning bid is someone who is like Quantum, that is we've already spent over 50,000. Then he has to bring it back and report it. But at 22 that we have now, that's the maximum amount of this bid. And so if it's Rudy's or Joe's AC down the street, that doesn't even have to come for approval. It only have to come to approval if it was someone who we've already had over $50,000 with.
Why is it here?
I know, and didn't you say
For
earlier
transparency.
that?
No, that's exactly what he said.
Yeah, no, it is here for transparency. According to our
We don't
board
have to bring it.
policy, if this is a single purchase under 50, we don't even have to bring it to the board. So, but in the interest of transparency, I wanted to show you what we are spending our money on. But
But
I
if they
know really
approve
this
this now,
22,000
Dr. Benz, if they approve this now, it can't go over 22,000, correct?
for that original
Right,
one,
for
yes,
that
that one cannot.
It can't
go
go.
over 22,000.
They're bid for some reason.
Well,
We
why
wanna
don't
keep it
just
under.
leave that one out for further discussion and just approve all the others?
Well, we could, but again, there's a month down the road before we approve a bid, and that's the end of April. And so we get it in mid-May, and the kids get back in the classroom for 2 weeks.
I mean, they've been without or displaced since what, October?
Something I want you guys to keep in mind, one of those groups is our CTE, audio visual class. It's our radio station as well. We have hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of equipment in there. We run the risk with the heat coming in that we may burn that equipment out. It is still functioning. It's, we're using portable ACs right now, but it is getting warmer out there. As you guys can see today, It's gotten warmer in here as well. One of our units went out tonight, upstairs, on the roof. So, we gotta take that into consideration. And I get your concern with the, lack of not having a vendor on that list, but as Dr. Pitts mentioned and Dr. Pettis, stated as well, we're not gonna exceed that $22,000. If they were to withdraw that $22,000 bid, definitely bring it back to the board. If it's gonna exceed that $22,000 that we're asking for approval tonight. But I'm asking you to take that into consideration, that we've got a lot of equipment in that classroom that I've gotta get that unit back up, and I'm concerned that unit, those units may burn and have issues with them.
So Dr. Sandoval, why would you remove it from the beginning if it wasn't bad?
It was required to be removed for the roof replacement, because we had to remove the roof, all the panels, and the curves that the AC units are on. That was a requirement of the roof on those two buildings, to be honest. I mean, that's the issue that we're in.
This is the first time we hear about this.
Okay, so then, do I hear a motion to accept, this, right, well, no, just as is, discussion and possible action regarding the purchases of over $50,000. Is there a motion?
I'll move that we approve them as listed.
Okay. Motion made by Brian Kufal. Second. Second. Are you second? So is there a second? Okay, so there's no second.
So the motion dies from 1 to the 2nd.
Moving on to item 7I, discussion and possible action regarding the 2020.
Is it, does anybody else on the board want to make an individualized, motion for something different other than all the items?
I think I would, Dr. Pitts. I'd like to still, the board to look at if we can still purchase the Nissan truck, okay? And is it that food truck, also the box truck?
Yes, yes, sir.
On those items, Mr. President, if we could?
So David Garcia has made a motion to purchase the 2025 pickup truck and the 2025 box truck. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second made by Delma Salinas. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0.
Just a question, since I'll say, because I'm confused as hell. Quantum Mechanical Services, 53,000. Has that work been done?
No, that work has not been done. We received 3 bids. That was the lowest bid. So this is there's 2 units at the high school old gym by the weight room there. That work has not been done. We are seeking approval for that. This was the winning bid, the 53,000 for that.
So can we, because that really didn't happen.
Okay, so if this doesn't get approved, Dr. Sandoval, we putting the old ACs back?
If we can get a vendor that's under 50,000 for the year, then we don't necessarily need approval for that. So we can look for bids and see if there's one under 50,000 that hasn't gone over 50,000 for the year.
I'd still like to see what we've already, we can have spent on that before you all do that.
That's my
Because the way
problem.
you make it sound is like we don't have to come to you anyway. And I don't like the way that sounds, Dr. Pitts.
It wasn't meant to.
That's what you said. Okay, so before we even do that, I hope you give us that information first. Of course.
Mr. President, there's a motion and a second on the table.
Yeah, motion was made by David Garcia to purchase the 2025 pickup truck and 2025 box truck. It was seconded by Demo Garcia. I mean, no, sorry, Demo Salinas. It's a marathon here, my gosh. Going on and on. So is there all those in favor say aye?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Now moving on to item 7I, discussion and possible action regarding the 2025-2026 KISD instructional calendar. We found on pages 186 to 187 on your packet. Dr. Sandoval and Mrs. Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Reese and Board of Trustees. We're here to present the instructional calendar for the 2025-2026 school year. The calendar, we follow the same procedure we've done, for the last 5 years in terms of taking the recommendations to the DIC bringing their feedback from the campuses and telling us what the campus wants to consider in regards to any calendar changes. We draft usually 2 to 3 calendars. This year we did 2 calendars, same as last year. The feedback that was given to us by DIC that was brought to committee was consistent with, they wanted to continue with the 4.5-day calendar. There were some that had suggested maybe a 5-day calendar. There were some that even suggested that we just need to, beef up our Bright on Fridays. A lot of them said they love their wellness days. So we took that into consideration as we built the new instructional calendar. We did create 2 different drafts. Draft 1 being similar to what we have this year, because there seemed to be a lot of need or request for the same, don't mess with this calendar. So we did a draft 1 that was similar to what we did in 24-25. One of the things that we did get a lot of requests for from the DIC was they wanted to have a teacher work day on that Monday coming back after, Christmas holiday. They felt they needed time to be able to get their work lined up, their grades entered, anything that was required to get started for the next semester. So the second draft of the calendar did take that into consideration. In order to offer that day, we had to make sure that we had to add another instructional day somewhere. So I think we took off a day on Easter Monday, and then we moved a work day on early August to be able to accommodate that. So there was one minor tweak to calendar 2. We did send this to all staff members. Students and parents had the opportunity to vote on it. They were given over a week to give their opinion. Votes came in. It was a majority vote for calendar 1. In addition to that, they were given an option of whether they wanted to keep the start times the way they are currently, or did we want to flop the start times for both elementary and high school. It was a majority, everyone wanted to keep the start times that we currently have now. So draft 1 the draft that we're bringing you today is similar to the draft that we have this year, with the only, nothing's changed in terms of the start time for the elementary or high school students. So I'll take any questions you have at this time regarding the calendar.
I have a few, because I'm looking at student achievement and the shape that we're in right now. That is first and foremost. We're a few points from being an F district. We got 3 campuses. Looking at the attendance, as far as student attendance, I would think it would have been higher. And teacher retention, we had resignations last year. Those people knowing that we were going into this type of calendar, and those are my concerns. Is that I don't see a difference. I don't. Students that really need to be in school every day, because those Fridays I'm going to pick up. I'm failing 4 subjects, and somebody's passing every one of them. They're not in school, so why do I have to go? And that's a lot of the things that I'm hearing in the community is the kids that really need to be in those classrooms Because the Fridays that they're supposed to be there, you can fill them up to make up attendance. Everybody, 14% right now, 12% last semester at the high school, 14% as of right now at the high school or now. So all those kids are gonna show up on Friday and get that 2-for-1. You understand? So that's my concern. I have a huge concern with the student achievement, especially that we haven't moved forward on that from last year's 4-day, this year's 4-day, up to this point with benchmarks. That's if we were comfortable, could lose 5 points and still be okay, I'd be fine with it, but we're not at that point right now. And God help us that we do increase and don't go back. But we need to get those 3 schools out, especially Gillette, out of that. And I know that they're doing everything they can to do that. It's just those 3 things I stated. That's a huge concern. And I'm saying it publicly, and I know we're being watched. It's because that's what's been brought to me.
So at DEIC, because with central office, whether we're a 5-day or 4-day, it really doesn't matter because we're always working anyway, it seems like it, Fridays, Saturdays, etc. But when DEIC got together and they bring their recommendations to us, I have to value whatever it is that they are recommending. We have tripled the dual credit numbers. We have almost quadrupled the CCMR numbers. Our elementaries have increased in their attendance. Even Gillette has increased. High school is the problem with attendance. That's very evident. But I don't think we'll know that until the end of this year because STAR's coming around and we're hoping that there will be some improvement. But for us to finish the calendar, and we don't want to adopt a calendar too late. So at the DEIC, I asked afterwards, because I don't attend them, I asked who actually voted for a 5-day, and Dr. Sandoval said it was me and another central office person. Well, I said, well, it shouldn't matter really what he just put on there because he wanted to be a part of the discussion. But the rest of them did not put that.
And I can appreciate that. Sorry, I cut you off, and I can respect that. But if that was brought up by him and by somebody else,
in central office,
I wish that it would have been. If it would have been one that got 2 votes or 5 votes or no votes to show that we had what we're doing right now, plus that 5-day. So what I'm trying to say is it was not even an option because not very many people wanted it. So being an option and having a majority vote on that, it says it all. That's why I voted yes last time, but we had a couple people that voted no, and that's their right. But right now, student achievement, we've got industry coming in here to the King Ranch here real soon. Right. So that's the first thing those guys look at. You got these managers, you got these big bosses, and it trickles down.
Right.
So we need to be on par to say we can bring those kids in here.
Right.
And we don't want them going 10 miles north or south.
Right.
Or moving to Corpus.
Right.
We want those people here. And I talked to that group. They're gonna hire a lot of people.
Right.
They're gonna hire a lot of people. They're coming in.
And that's why we're doing this whole CTE revamp for 7th grade and 8th grade, is so we'll be more prepared for that type of industry and see what the demands are from the kids. When we held that time period, it was about 2 or 3 weeks where anybody, not just DEIC, could send us an email anonymously, questions@kingsvillisd.com to give us any other recommendations that maybe the DEIC didn't present. That was it. I think I sent that to you. I think I emailed you all saying, I got 11 responses, questions or suggestions, and stated what they were. And the majority of them was the times, that they don't want to change the times of elementary and high school. If there was a big overwhelming demand for 5-day, I'm surprised that didn't come through during their either.
I think being an option would have been okay. Because they had a choice of 2 4 days that are very similar to each other. So 0 votes is on a 5-day is, hey, you had your opportunity, you had your shot, it didn't work. You can't come back later after we approve something and say, well, we wanted a 5-day, but it was not an option to vote. It
I
wasn't
guess,
even put
yeah,
out there.
okay. I guess it was an option at DEIC, because that was very clearly put on their poster. Am I correct? Because I
That
wasn't
is
here.
correct. The representatives from each campus and the district that came to DIC, they were able to bring their concerns and the things that they wanted to consider as part of the calendar. That was thrown out there. Again, it was, and then we gave everyone an opportunity to vote, have 4 votes.
Well, that was the first time we heard about it, though. I didn't know that you had, that 5-day was an option.
Yeah, that was discussed, Mr. Chapa, and
It was
and
on
again-
that chart that had, the chart that had the little black dots that I sent y'all a picture of.
Said give 2 days, said give 2 options.
So we didn't put together a 5-day calendar, Ms. Salinas. We talked about the option of going back and building a 5-day calendar. And there was no vote for the 5-day calendar, those are the votes that I put out there. And I like the 5-day calendar, I like the 4-day calendar. And I wanted to make sure I gave that 5-day calendar an option to be considered, and there were no votes. And so we built the calendars based off what the people, that represented the campuses and the district, we built those calendars around that.
My question would be then, if they did not vote on that, you still could not include that just because they didn't vote? Could that have been an option anyway, say, you know what, I'm gonna put that in there? Rather than going by a vote, because I would like a 4-day, as a teacher, and they need that. But at the same time, we have to worry about student achievement, and looking at our benchmarks right now, and we're testing, about a month, 5 or 6 weeks, something like that. When are we testing?
The first test is April the 9th.
April 9th, so that's right around the corner.
And even if, let's say, and God willing, we're gonna do better. We can't, I wouldn't even be able to say it's because of the 4-day calendar. It's a multitude of things. Or it'd be too worse, is it because of the 4-day calendar or 5-day calendar? I don't know that there is even any data out there from districts who have had, I guess, a 4-day calendar or a 5-day calendar long enough to be able to attribute it to that. Again, I was just listening to whatever DEIC brings me, because they were informed to go back to their campuses, and the principals are here, and talk to the campuses or faculty meetings and just say, is there anything y'all want me to take forward? That's why we do DEIC. So, like I said, I'm going by what the recommendations were.
Pretty much the DEIC saying no to the 5-day and not any community input to yes or no to the 5-day.
I guess the community input was through them, and then we sent an email and we robocalled and put on Facebook. If you have any suggestions, any questions, any recommendations, please send them to, questions@kingsvalleyisd.com. So without me telling them, if you want a 5-day calendar, or if you want to go back, I was trying not to give them suggestions. I wanted them to say, here's my suggestion, here's my recommendation. And you just didn't get loads of those. So again, just going back through that. And I didn't really hear from any board about recommending that we do that as well. So we
I
went
did
with,
send an email to our board president, legal. I did send that in, so. And that's, I go through the board president because he works on the agenda with you. So, I did bring that up.
and I think what happened was, I said that the DEIC, am I gonna go against what the DEIC is recommending?
That's the
Yes.
response I got, but at the same time, I'm just throwing that out there because it's what's been brought up, and that's what there's concerns. With a 5-day work, we don't know. With a 4-day work, well, we've gone 2 years, and this is where we're at right now with the 4-day.
Do you know of anybody who came to you and asked for that? Did you ask them to email us at questions@kingsvalley?
I told them to come see you. I said, come, go sit in that.
Or email.
Go see somebody, there's,
Or their
find out who the
principal,
members
or their
are.
DEIC members?
Yeah, and that's my thing, is I can't do that.
Right.
In my position.
Right.
I can hear it out, and I can also make the request. But if they did come up here, that's one thing. But another thing is student achievement. And do we want, 1,000 people that are gonna be working out here, or maybe more? How many of those families are gonna come back to us? And how many are gonna go north and south? And if you walk down the road, that's my concern. We have to do better.
What I want to do though is because we continue to use DEIC. So when I go back to DEIC, I just want to be able to let them know, okay, based on their recommendations, this is what we did. I mean, are we
And I
gonna?
can respect that, but, you know, without, in my position, suggestions of, you know, where they're in charge of each campus, where they're in charge of data, where they're in charge of how many kids have we lost, how many kids stayed, how many teachers left last year, how many stayed, how many did we retain? I mean, there's a gigantic formula that goes to this, and it takes a DEIC to put that together. It takes the doctors here to do the math. Johnny's good at it. You're good at math. So if we don't have that data showing, then how, you know, we're basing it on what? Are we basing it on student achievement?
Well,
and
in
attendance
talking
or
with
retention?
Dr. Holt and asking, okay, so when teachers left, did any of them state the reason was for the calendar? Okay, and there wasn't anybody that left because of the calendar. On my table talks in the fall, and everyone I went to, and I have my notes of where I wrote, I'd ask them, okay, so tell me, how are you liking the calendar this year? Not one of them said, go back. They all said, every single one, that was 100%, said, don't mess with the calendar, don't take it away, don't mess with that. I mean, I heard that repeatedly, and they met with me in groups.
And I can
like grade
respect
levels.
that, but we did have a lot of lead knowing this was the calendar we're gonna have. That, you know, that's one of the points I'm trying to make is, I don't know how many left total, but they knew what we were coming into. They knew what we're, you know, 2 Fridays off a month. So knowing that, they still left. Some left for more money, some just left. I don't know the reasons why, but we don't get that, but the bottom line is the students that leave us, the teachers that leave us, knowing that this is what we're gonna have, you know, is it working on retaining anybody? Because
I know recruitment, Dr. Holt, correct me if I'm wrong, some of them who have come have said they came because of the calendar. Some of them who have applied or at the career fair that we went to actually like the calendar. I don't know, it's hard to, because we haven't had the calendar enough years, this is only our 2nd year, it's hard to predict what or conclude. Is it because of the calendar that this is happening? I think we need to do more research on that. At this point, like I said, I really relied on DEIC recommendations because they're the ones who really have to live with the calendar. Like I said, central office, we're pretty much here in the summer and everything. So I just want to have something to go back to DEIC or for Dr. Sandoval and Ms. Williams to go back and tell DEIC if we do decide to change whatever recommendation that they brought to us.
well, you know, again, I said, you know, what my concerns were, and you have to respect them because they left their jobs to come sit here another 2 or 3 hours in the evening, and I can respect. But, and then said, but is the 3 things I said, is student achievement, attendance, and teacher retention. Student achievement being number 1, because we're in a college now. So I wouldn't worry about it if we didn't have North and South and 5 blocks down from us. I could care less. But I have to care because of where we're at and how they're growing. They're growing with us. They're growing with us. And I don't want a charter school coming in here and saying, you know what? We'll take 300 kids out of the elementary and we'll hire your principal and pay him $10,000 more a year to run that elementary. That's a scary thing right? Because they're spreading.
Right.
They're spreading like crazy.
They definitely are.
You know,
Now, Jubilee, what's good is we've gotten a lot of good staff from there. We've gotten some great students from there. That's probably been our largest influx. They've seen what we're doing. And so that's a good note. That's a good thing. They were going to go to a high school. They didn't. They ended up not. So I'm hoping that we can continue to stay competitive that way and continue to keep increasing our college and career and military readiness numbers, because then we are preparing our kids to get out into the workforce and go to college. But it's taking a lot of things. So we could adopt this calendar this year. There'll be 2 years and we could see how are we doing, and if it's determined, you know what? It is the calendar that's not helping us, then let's go back. That could be something I could take back to DEIC and say, look, I know you all wanted this or recommended this, but based on this data, maybe we should go backwards, go back. But even when we were 5 days, when we were a 5-day calendar, we were doing worse because now we've tripled the amount of dual credits, we've tripled the amount of CCMRs. Our attendance in elementaries, like I said, for sure have gone up. So it's hard to pinpoint, well, is that because of 4-day calendar? I really don't know. I really think we need to do a really good study, especially after this year, because it will be pretty much 3 full years after COVID. And we can see what are some factors that play into all these things. Because I agree with you, Mr. Mireles, we do need to look at all that data and start earlier to be looking at that.
I have a question, Dr. Bisbee, for you. As far as instruction time with either 5-day or 4-day, is there a difference? Are we required by state law to have a certain amount of instructional hours? Yes or no?
Minutes, that's correct. We're gonna
Okay.
have 75,600 minutes?
Yes.
Okay, so then my next question is, on a 4-day calendar, is there any less instruction time?
No.
Okay,
We have more instruction minutes per day.
same amount, right?
If there's less days.
If there's less days.
And another thing we have to look at is your bell-to-bell instruction. Are we using the 53 minutes or 57, whatever it may be, is that being used is it bell-to-bell instruction daily?
And you bring up a very good point, because when we were a 5-day, there wasn't a lot of bell-to-bell instruction, especially on Fridays, because of all the athletic events that were happening. Band was leaving, all the sports teams are leaving. So that was the least amount of instructional time that was happening on those Fridays. We were getting subs, so we didn't have the coaches and everybody else was having to leave to the games. So that was occurring for sure on Fridays.
In addition to that, let me add to that, Dr. Pettis, we've also been able to start the school year earlier because of this calendar that we've implemented 2 years ago. And, we're starting, 16 days earlier than we would have done in previous years. So the kids get a jump start on their instruction, and we don't have all the extra days at the end of the year when we're going over the June 3rd or the 4th, which was time in that not as effective because testing had already occurred. So we do start instruction earlier than we had in previous years.
Dr. Pettis.
You can give your principal's perspective.
I don't want to speak for Ms. Moore, but one of the challenges that Gillette faces is that some of our teachers at Gillette are also coaches at the high school. And on Tuesdays and Fridays, they have games. And so I wish I would have brought my calendar with me and I could have shown you how many subs we have to procure during the week for those teachers that are high school coaches and then our middle school, our teachers that are middle school coaches. And it's a lot. So one of the advantages of Fridays, Dr. Pettis hit it right on the nail, is that several of our coaches are out on Fridays for games and we don't have to get subs and the students do not lose instructional time on those Fridays. And it's a big, weight off our shoulders for both the students and, the coaches when we don't have to do that on Friday. So when you talk about bell to bell and you talk about instruction, we're packing it in on those 4 days. In the summer, when we write the YAGs, or our instructional, our C&I team writes the YAG, they write it so that it fits for those 4 days. And they get it in, all of the TEKs that have to be taught in the school year are going to get taught within those 4 days from the day we start, day 1, to when we end. all of that is taken into consideration. And when you conduct research, you have to have, enough time to look at, the data. And we haven't had the time to look at the data. But there are definitely some benefits from having this 4-day week. And it just isn't about, there's a lot of variables. Dr. Bettis made a good point. There's a lot of variables going into this. It's not just about the 5 days or versus the 4 days. When Kingsville was in 5 days and I was in here, but Kingsville didn't have curriculum that was being written. We didn't have, teachers. We didn't have reading specialists. We didn't have a lot of support and resources that we have now that we are 4-day week. So there's a lot of things to consider. Yes, the teachers like to have those breaks, and it's important to validate, their requests. That's why we have a DEIC. That's why TEA requires us to have that, because they want the teachers to have input. And so it's important to look at it, to look at the big picture. And Mr. Minelis, we appreciate your input. We appreciate your support, absolutely. But those of us that are in the trenches, and I'm going to let Ms. Moore address, her thoughts. But those of us in the trenches, when we look at Fridays and we see everybody that's out and the students aren't losing instruction and we don't have to get subs, that's a win for us.
And I appreciate that. I don't know how many teachers are teaching core areas, subjects at the junior at your school, and I don't know how many coaches are teaching math, English, biology, and things like that. That would be a huge concern of mine, but if they're not, because how many CDL drivers do we have at HA? 2 or 3. There are a couple, so we're pulling those guys already to drive somebody else.
So not only the bus drivers, but the coaches. Today alone was Tuesday, and we had 15 people out.
So we're pulling those guys all year long because they have CDLs. But my thing is, if these guys are in core area, if they're teaching Algebra 1, English 1 and 2, biology, U.S. history, those things like that, I would really, it'd be a huge concern for me. But how many of our coaches are actually in the classroom teaching those tested areas?
I can tell you, I have quite a few on my campus, and I know that Coach Garcia, because we just had this conversation, that he is setting a requirement for his coaches to get the CDL for next year, so that way we don't have to keep pulling the same ones. I know that was a discussion we just had this week, because we do sit down and discuss the athletics and coaches that are out. And I do look at the core subjects. I look at data. I'll keep a head coach back if the data doesn't look well and they need to be in the classroom instead of out. But like I said, today alone on Tuesday, I'm going to have 15 teachers out. And I have to, because we have track and we have the different things that are going on. So Fridays, if we did add the Fridays, that's going to be more students out and also more teachers out. I also want to just point out a few things that are beneficial for us having those Fridays off when it comes to the high school with the kids having to earn the credits. We do have a lot of kids, our attendance is not great. We're working, we're going to court. They are turning in excuses. They're legitimately out for reasons. And if we added another day, that will not help the attendance. And I feel like they'll miss more instruction. Our students that owe hours, they use those Fridays to come in so they get the individualized time with the teachers, but they also get to earn hours back, and that's helped our students be able to graduate. I had 27 meetings today of students that are seniors that need to pass IGCs and need 3 or more tests. And I'm happy to tell them, you owe so many hours. I have 4 more Blue Fridays. I need you to come to every single one, so that way I can certify you to graduate, because you have to be in school 90% of the time. And so using those Fridays has been a benefit for the high school, and especially for graduation. And so I just wanted to point that out, because if those Fridays weren't there, then those students are not going to stay after school, especially if they have athletics at that time, or different reasons, or some of them are working after school. And so where would we pull that time to be able to help? I know I've been in previous campuses where we didn't have the time, and it was really a struggle to get kids to be able to. And so that's just something I want you to think about too, because our goal is to graduate kids, and we need to be able to, it is helping them. And I can tell you, I can pull my spreadsheet. I have a spreadsheet of every single kid, how many hours they go. Some have hours banked because they come to every Friday. And so if they do miss or they go over, we're able to pull those hours for them because they've already earned them. So just something to think about when we're looking at those Fridays and the 4-day week. Because I've kind of been in both situations, and I feel like the 4-day has been beneficial for the high school and for our seniors that are graduating, and all of the students that need to earn credit. So just something to think about. Point out.
You know, real quick, I know 2 years ago when we started, we went all in because we had to, so to speak, because we weren't in a good place. So we went to DOI, then we went to 4 days, and Dr. Seguido was talking about data. There's no data. Yes, there is. Our stars. How are our grades?
This is not the second year.
No, but when we talk about data, okay, what, look where we are with our rating, with our grades. Let's get down to the bottom line. So you can't say there's no data, am I right?
So,
Or am I wrong? Tell me.
no, you're absolutely right, Mr. Garcia. But there are a lot of things to consider. It's just been in the last few years, right? The last 2 to 3 years that we have finally gotten a well-written curriculum. High-quality instructional materials have been purchased, okay? We've gotten instructional coaches, instructional coaches and instructional folks that have gone out and are coaching our teachers, that are helping our teachers. I've got Ms. Targets, Ms. Flowers, and Ms. Salinas are on my campus on the daily. And they are in the classrooms, monitoring the teachers, providing feedback. I get CC'd on the feedback that they provide to the teachers when they do the walkthroughs. So this has just happened over the last 2 to 3 years. So what they're doing is very valuable. When I was at Harrow last year, same, we had those individuals on the campus. I can speak for what was happening on my campus where I was principal.
So if we, I think you're asking about the calendar, we've had it 2 years, 23, 24, 24, 25 this year. This is our second year.
Yes.
The first year, 23, 24, there was change in test, change in accountability rules, right?
Wait a minute, I understand that.
Okay.
That was my next point.
Yeah. So
Is that we've had curriculum changes.
Right, we've had,
And
yes.
testing
And
changes.
I'm not coming, help, it made it sound like I was coming down on them.
No, I
By
understand.
no means. They're a big asset to our teachers. So don't take that, I'm not coming against you. My only thing is that we talk about curriculum, we've had changed it even in the 4-day year. So it's not like we've had this set curriculum for 3 years.
No, we haven't, because there was a testing change and the accountability changes, right? So this is our second year in the 4-day calendar. We haven't taken STAR yet.
So we
We're gonna
want to
take
hold for
STAR.
another year.
We're gonna-
So Dr. Isak, are you saying that if we weren't on the 4-day calendar, we wouldn't have the support that we have?
No.
No, that's not what I said. I'm saying that there are other variables that impact what is happening in our district, okay? Other variables that affect or impact whether it's a 5-day or a 4-day week. It can't just be, it's because it's a 5-day week that our scores are low or our scores are high. Or it's because it's a 4-day week, our scores are low or our scores are high. That's the point that I'm trying to make.
No matter how the STAR scores come back, we're gonna have to look at all the variables.
Yes.
We have to analyze everything and say, what played a part in this? Because even when it was a 5-day and when the test was original the way it was very poor, very poor. And so we have to try innovative things. So if, again, we've only had it 2 years, we haven't even completed the second year. So that's what I'm saying is, now, you don't want to do this, we could, after the data comes, which is in the end of May, hopefully before graduation, look at the data there. We're only going to look at STAR, but we also need to look at the attendance that's improved in the other campuses. Is that because of 4-day? We don't know that. And look at the CCMR. Have we tripled those numbers and in dual credit as well because of the 4-day? We don't know that. That's what I'm saying. It takes a deeper dive to look at all of the data instead of just looking at one test. But we will have that data from the test at the end of May to see was there growth from the previous year. And if we drop significantly, then that's telling us, okay, then let's make a radical change. And let's go backwards, because we'll just go back to what we were doing before in certain things. Like I said, it doesn't matter to central office because we're gonna work it anyway, but for the DEIC, what do I go back and tell them, especially when we're gonna want their input for other things every time we meet? I really have valued their input every time they have. I've never really gone against what they recommend.
Well, I just want to let the teachers, principals know, we're not gonna go backwards like Dr. Benz said, okay? That's not our intention of the board to move backwards, okay? Regardless with whatever changes have to be made, you're still gonna have my support, okay, to move forward in this, okay? So I'm not setting this up to fail.
Of course not.
Okay, and they're not either.
No.
Okay, our superintendent is not doing that. Okay, her staff is not doing that. But what I'm saying is, we're gonna hold off another year, scores won't come, but we approve a calendar, now we gotta wait another year. I'm just saying, I think it's time to vote on this. I
just want to touch on the support that we've allowed and that we voted on to have these professionals in the positions they had. In the past, it was too bad. You do what you have to do. In order to get out of the rut we're in from 2020 to present. And when I came on the board, I said I'm going to support these changes, putting these professionals where they need to be in their specialties. So I could have voted no on that, but I knew I needed them, and I see what they do. They present what they do. But when you go back to the past, we didn't have that kind of support. And being on a campus and being a campus principal, I knew we needed that support. So that's what I begged for and never got. And I'm in a position to say, yes, now we have them. And that's why we have these people. And that's why they're good at it. So,
I just want to say this is my first year, and so I've had an open door policy. I was on the DEIC committee also, and when this was coming up for the vote, and I knew we were going to have a discussion, I sent everything out to my staff, and I asked for input, and I bring that input back, and a lot of my staff do appreciate the 4-day week. So I just want to let you know from my position that I do communicate with my staff, and anything that we talk about, I bring it back because I am one of the representatives for the DEIC, and I ask you on that because I know there's big things that we talk about, and so I just wanted to give you that information that I did get, feedback from my staff.
And Mr. Mendoza, thank you for bringing up the point, because when you were a principal back in 2018, I think it was, there wasn't that support. And because we have it now from the board and from the superintendent, then we can make these types of recommendations and we can value the DEIC. I think back then, there may have not been a value of the DEIC for people who were sitting in it. I want to just make sure that we are valuing their input, and that when we do go back to their meetings, we're able to say, for good reason, we needed to go a different way. I'll support whatever you all will support, but I just need you to know where I'm coming from, I guess, as the superintendent.
I don't want the DEIC to think that in any way, shape, or form that we're coming after anybody. And I've said it I don't know how many times tonight, it's student achievement and the expectation of turnaround based on everything that we've approved to turn it around. I think speaking in public, I think a lot of these consultants that we had the last 3 or 4 years, we should have never had them on board because it didn't move us forward. And we said, anyway, I didn't feel that, I didn't see that, I didn't see it in the data, I didn't see it in the benchmark. I read data, I know data, just like everybody else here does. So that was my first thing was, why are we bringing these people in when we're not moving forward with them? So
At that time, it was to build the capacity of the people that we had here and help them grow in order to fill these positions with people from our district now. Previously, we couldn't fill those positions. And so with enough people, so we wanted to make sure that we were building their capacity. That was very difficult.
We had them in a district all the time.
Right, so we build their capacity and we're growing them. And they're the next generation. That's what we want to do, is we want to have them as the next generation of KISD leaders with y'all's support. So I thank you all for their support.
Board President, Mr. Luis, Dr. Pettis, and board members, I am the principal at Pettis Elementary, as everyone knows, but I just wanted to share a little insight of what the 4-day weekend has done at my campus, right? We have 2 other elementary principals, and their opinions might be different. But I will say, I have been asked before, what do you think about the 4-day calendar? My response was and is, a calendar does not decide or tell us what's going to happen in our classrooms. Mr. Mireles, accountability, absolutely. And thank you so much. I truly appreciate that you are always looking out for our students and that accountability. How are they performing? Are we preparing them? Are they ready? So thank you so much for always bringing that. Your concern is accountability, which is also our concern. And so I think that calendar, is not going to affect our students' performance. What's going to affect our student performance is the quality of instruction that our students are receiving. And I can share with you, because I have been at Pettis Elementary for the last 4 years, and the success that we have had at our campus, our teachers, the success that they have had, the students, has been based on what was implemented 4 years ago. And it's all building on it. 4 years ago, we started, I know we had other leadership on campus. We had Mrs. Lamidas, right? We also had Dr. Vera, and so they talked to us about high quality instructional material. They talked to us and trained us data, looking at that data, desegregating it, looking at our TEKS, because our TEKS are the standards of what our teachers should be teaching and what our students should be learning. And if we teach them to a level of a rigor level, right, then our students are going to perform. And so there was a lot, I can take more time and be a little more detailed, but there has been a lot of work that has been happening. And so thank you for supporting us, but the 4-day calendar is not what's making our students at the elementary, I can say at my campus, to indicate that the scores are not where we want them to be. I know the scores have not been published. It's not something that they've released, right, officially. But our campus did move out from where we were because of that work, diligently looking at our curriculum. And we have been 2 years on a 4-day week, so we continue to do that. And I know that we are going to perform better, all elementaries, because that's what we're doing. So I just wanted to share that with you. And again, thank you for all that you do, your support. But we're here for the kids.
So
I just want to make one more comment.
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
When we talk about accountability, we hold ourselves accountable. Our team holds themselves accountable. We have our teachers to that same level of accountability. So in the last 2-3 years, we've had a robust professional development calendar in helping our teachers become master teachers. We've seen the growth individually of our students in the programming. So I just want to reiterate again that does the 5 or 4-day calendar provide us more or less time? That it's still to be determined based on the data. But we look at data all the time. We look at teacher performance and student performance. And our team here, and I can just speak for this week. They will go on Monday, they launched on Monday, they walk into the classroom. We have a calendar, Dr. Pettis, you definitely can send them a 10-day review calendar. They know exactly what to expect in the classroom. There it is. If it's not happening, then they go directly to the principal and let the principal know. This teacher is not following the plan. What can I do to help you? Did you miss the instruction? What can I do to support you? But it is holding not only our students accountable, but our adults. And I think together, be able to provide that, it's gonna be crucial for Kingsville for the direction that we're moving. The goals that are needed from the board to the campuses are important so that we can continue to monitor the growth of our students. And that's just my voice in the calendar.
And I just want to say, I thank you for supporting us. We do feel supported. I feel supported. I just wanted you to hear from my staff, and I preach accountability every single day. So I understand where you're coming from, I promise.
Thank you, everyone.
Absolutely. Thank you. Gillette Middle School, thanks you very much.
Central office thanks you.
So, hearing all the discussion, is there a motion to approve the 2025-2026 KSD instructional calendar? I believe it's draft 1, is that the recommendation?
That's correct, Mr.
Okay. Was there a motion? Right.
Mr. President, I move that we approve the recommended calendar as presented by the DEIC committee. But that a message be sent that we would like to have this decision before us sooner next year. And we'd like the accountability data taken into account with, we just think that, I just think there needs to be a further study done on this. And I'd like to start looking at it perhaps next November or December.
Yeah, we started in January, so we can start it like in November. That would not be a problem.
But I do recommend, I move that we approve for this coming year, the instructional calendar that has been recommended to us by that committee.
Was there a second?
I second the motion.
Second made by Jacob Pettis. We're gonna go ahead and use it, do a recall, a recall vote on this. Roll call vote, I'm sorry, roll call vote. We'll begin. Joe Mireles.
No.
Brian Kufal.
Yes.
Martin Chapa.
No.
David Garcia.
No.
Jacob Pettis.
Yes.
Llama Salinas.
No.
And I vote yes. The noes have it, so this calendar for 25-26 is not approved.
I'd like to make a motion that the DIC committee provide us with 2 5-day calendars. However they see fit.
I'll second that, if that's okay, Mr. Pettis.
The more appropriate motion would be to authorize your superintendent to go back for consideration of 5-day calendar.
Can you say that again?
Say again, I'm sorry, sir.
Yes, sir. It's to authorize your superintendent to reconvene discussions over 5-day calendar options. So that way it goes through the top of your administration and she gets it.
So, I'd like to make a motion to authorize Dr. Pettis to, help me out again?
To present the board with
To present the
2
board with
5-day calendar.
2 5-day calendar options. I'll second that.
A motion has been made by Martin Chapa for the, to authorize the superintendent to go back to the DEIC and to present to the board a 5-day calendar, a 5-day calendar option. Second was made by David Garcia. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? No. So we have 3 yeses and I vote yes, and 4 noes. Right? I'm sorry. That's backwards. 4 yeses and 3 noes. Motion passes. Now moving on to item 7J, discussion and possible action regarding the designated non-business days, Texas Public Information Act, PIA pages, can be found in pages 188, 189, Dr. Sandoval.
Thank you, Mr. Reeves. We are not required to designate non-business days on our calendar for the 2025 year. So before you've got the 10 days that we've designated as non-business days are not considered national or state holidays. And we've designated June the 30th, July 1st, 2nd, 3rd, November 4th, 24th, 25th, and 26th, and December 22nd, 23rd, and 29th. By designating these days, it allows us during those long breaks, such as a 4th of July break, when we're out for spring break, or Christmas and Thanksgiving, those 10 days that are required for us to be able to respond back for a request for public information, those 10 days do not count towards those 10 days that are accumulated while we're gone. So those are the 10 days that we're proposing. It starts with June 30th, all the way to the end of December.
Do we have to change that since we haven't adopted a calendar yet?
Yes, ma'am. It's still a recommendation that the board adopts this change. Or this helps us out on the legal side. Whenever our offices receive a request for public information, sometimes on a Friday before a holiday or right before a holiday starts, we can't contact administration because they're on vacation. So that timeline ticks away, and then we're all scrambling at the end of that vacation. So this doesn't have anything to do with the district calendar. This is a new change in state law regarding how we calculate Public Information Act days for that statute.
On days we're mainly off, right?
Correct.
So probably based on holidays, right? So, or on holidays.
Yes.
Okay. So is there a motion to approve the designated non-business days, Texas Public Information Act? Motion made by Jacob Perez.
Second.
Second made by Martin Chapa. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. The board will now enter into closed session in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code 551.071 and 551.07 to deliberate and consider the following. A discussion regarding proposed litigation settlement agreement. Item 8A, 8B, consultation with legal counsel regarding legal and personal matters. Item 8C, retirement notification of contract employee assistant principal. No action will be taken until we return to open session. We are entering into closed session at 9:37 p.m. open session and take necessary action on matters that which the board may discuss in open session, and upon which action may be taken. We are returning to open session at 9:48 p.m. Item number 9A, discussion and possible action to approve litigation settlement matters. Is there a motion?
Mr. President, I move that the board approve the settlement discussion in the construction case as discussed in closed session.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second. Motion has been made by Brian Kufal, second by Jacob Perez. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carried, passes 7-0. Okay, well, there being no further action, do I hear a motion to adjourn the meeting? Mireles, second. Jacob Perez, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0, and we are adjourned at 9:50 p.m.